Well, aren't you glad you got out of bed this Saturday morning? Hello, everybody out there in internet land. Greetings to the members of Fedora Nation. My name is Brian Trippett. I am your Front Porch Conservative. Welcome back once again to Front Porch Brunch, our weekly little gathering of friends, family, and whatever the heck else you want to call us, where we get together and we talk about items going on in the news. And oh, what a week for news it has been. Big time, big time. We are on YouTube, we're on Rumble, we are on Twitter. So pour yourself a cup of something, grab you a chair, and be prepared to settle in, because we're going to get together and talk about what is going on. And oh, what a week for things going on in the world. Again, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I am sometimes known in social media as the fine fella in the fedora, sometimes referred to as the beau in the chapeau. Sometimes I'm called the wise guy in the wide brim, and on occasion I'm referred to as the common man with common sense. But if anything else, I am always known as your host. This is Front Porch Brunch on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter, where we gather together and talk about the news. So if you haven't done it yet, send out a tweet, send out a Gettr, send out a gab, send out a Facebook post, whatever it is you may do. And tell your friends to come on in and join you when they say, what the heck are we doing? Well, we're going to talk about the news. Well, why should we do that? Because you haven't talked about the news with Front Porch Conservative yet. And until you've talked about the news with him, you haven't talked about the news. That's why they ought to get in here. But anyway, let's drop the volume on this music and see who's hanging out this morning and say hello to everybody. Got a nice little crowd building already on YouTube and on Rumble. So over there, Saturday morning greetings, my dear. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, lest you think that I do not pay attention to the requests of my viewers, I just want you to know, wakey, wakey, bakey, bakey. That stuff's good. Anyway, how y'all doing? Oh, hang on. That's the problem with me trying to eat food and do this show at the same time. Yeah, very yummy indeed. Over on Rumble, we got Z Highness. I'm playing video games. 199. You're playing video games? Woman, you're supposed to be watching my show. What's up with that? Anyway. So yeah, we're glad to have y'all here this morning. Let's get a big old crowd of people in here. Gonna have a lot of fun. Among other things that we're going to be doing, and I need your all's help with this. We are going to live stream President Trump's speech at CPAC whenever he takes the stage. So I'm going to do my best to keep an eye on him. But when you guys see him hitting the stage, let me know, and we will definitely get in on it. Now, the reason that we're able to do this, normally, President Trump or most Republican presidents will be the very last speaker of the day at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee's conference that happens in Washington, D.C. Well, because the South Carolina primary is tonight, they moved up President Trump's address to noon or noon-ish. And that gets to something else, which we'll talk about here in a minute. Hang on, I got to get some of this bacon down my throat. Oh. Yes, good morning, brunchers. Hello, Miss Leanne. Mwah. Morning, my dear. Morning up in Connecticut. Glad to see y'all. Good to see everybody here. Glad you're stopping in. But they moved it up. So we're going to... Rumble is not up. What the heck is going on? No, I'm looking at Rumble right now. Hang on, someone telling me Rumble's not up. I don't know why that would be the case. Hang on a second. Let me pop back into it. Yeah, Rumble's up, at least on my side of it anyway. I'm not sure what's going on over there, but I've got Rumble, and I'm on two different computers. But I mean, who knows these days with technology being what it is. Maybe it's a Chinese thing. Anyway, anywho, now I said a moment ago President Trump will be addressing CPAC around noon. Well, I should probably say noon-ish. And that kind of gets me to a big thank you to everybody for the other night. I did a very impromptu live stream Thursday night of President Trump's address at the National Religious Broadcasters Convention in Nashville, Tennessee. Well, on the website for the NRB, they advertised that President Trump would be there, 7:30ish. And I'm thinking, okay, fine. I start the stream at 7:30. Trump maybe is running a little bit late, and it wouldn't be that bad. Well, for various reasons, and I guess mostly having to do with weather, getting into Nashville, he didn't take the stage until 10:30 at night, 3 hours after I started the live stream, which blew my mind. And I like to think that I'm a very decently good live streamer, getting better all the time, by the way. But even for me, doing a 3-hour filibuster was tough. And I know it was even tougher on the audience because, they're coming there with the expectation that they're going to hear Donald Trump speak. And 3 hours into it, he's not there. And I keep having to say, well, we're expecting President Trump to take the stage at any moment now. So for everybody who hung out with me that night and helped out and, gave me topics to talk about, etc., bless your hearts. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. And we didn't end that stream until I want to say close to midnight. And believe me, when my head hit the pillow, I was gone. I was out. No doubt about it. So had that going for me. But yeah, you guys were just tremendous. And everybody who showed up, and even people who were there for the first time, always glad to meet new folks. Always glad to talk to. I was hoping one of them, and he or she may show up this morning. I don't know yet. We'll see. But yeah, we're going to live stream in on President Trump's address at CPAC whenever he takes the stage. So, like I said, I'm going to do my best to monitor it. If you guys happen to see it before my eye catches him going up on stage, let me know, and I've got CPAC's website pulled up. I'm just basically waiting for them to start the streaming, and then away we go. But in the meanwhile, we have topics to talk about in the news. And Lord Almighty, there are quite a few of them. There's so much. It's like we could spend 4 or 5 hours just talking about what happened last week. And as with every week so far this year, there's big time news. So let's start with probably one of the biggest items that hit media yesterday morning. Now, I want to take you back in time about, let's just say maybe 2 weeks ago. And this has to do with the testimony of Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade and Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis. Now, if you'll remember, and if you don't know, I'll be happy to get everybody up to speed. Fani Willis, in her capacity as the Fulton County DA, has brought a racketeering case against former President Trump and about 17, 18 other witnesses in regard to the 2020 election. And Leanne, I saw your comment. We'll get to that, honey. We'll get to that, honey. Well, simultaneous to this is a divorce proceeding that is going forward in Fulton County, Georgia, between Nathan Wade and his very estranged, soon-to-be divorced wife. And out of those divorce proceedings came information that Fani, who goes by many different nicknames here on the electronic front porch, I started calling her Fanny Pack a long time ago, but after watching her testimony almost 2 weeks ago, my new nickname for her is Drama Mama. And Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, I'm referring to as Lover Boy. Well, out of these divorce proceedings came information that Drama Mama and Lover Boy are doing some, what we call in the South, some heeing and sheeing. And it was that heeing and sheeing in part that may have contributed to the fact that old Nathan's going through the ringer on a divorce proceeding. Well, when that hit the fan, the defense attorneys for the various folks involved in this RICO charge and former President Trump started digging in and they started finding stuff. Well, that led to an evidentiary hearing, which happened, like I say, about call it 10 days ago now, in which both Nathan Wade and Fonnie Willis took the stand and gave testimony. Now, one of the things that both of them have said is that the romantic relationship between the two of them, and they freely admit it, that they were in a relationship, they traveled together, they, to some very exotic places. And of course, old Drama Mama is stating that she always reimbursed Lover Boy anytime they went anywhere because she's a strong, independent woman, and she don't let no man pay for her stuff. Now, out of that testimony came something that at the time, nobody really realized the significance of what was said until yesterday. So I want to play you an exchange between President Trump's lawyer and Nathan Wade, and Nathan's on the stand. I want you to listen to this because this sets up what's going to happen next. Folks, do me a favor, check this out.
I received.
You would go to the condo to talk about a document that you received?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Any other reasons?
None come to mind.
None come to mind.
No, sir.
And would you say that was frequent? When I say frequent, do you think prior to November 1st of 2021, you were at the condo more than 10 times?
No, sir.
So it'd be less than 10 times?
Yes, sir.
So
I was at the condo less than 10 times. Oh, yeah, it had been less than 10 times. I was there to review documents. I was there to do whatever. Okay, now, listen to what is asked and answered next.
the phone records were to reflect that you were making phone calls from the same location as the condo before November 1st of 2021, and it was on multiple occasions, the phone records would be wrong?
If phone records reflected that, yes, sir.
They'd be wrong.
They'd be wrong.
Okay. Where did you live?
So if phone records indicated that you had made phone calls from that area prior to November of 2021, they would be wrong. Oh, yeah, they'd absolutely be wrong. Absolutely. Okay. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution, which, by the way, is a newspaper not even close to being friendly to conservatives, Republicans, and or et cetera, any of the above. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right about this, Blue Sky. I really do. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution dropped an article yesterday that when they did, blew up everything. And what they were reporting on was a filing made by Trump's lawyers as, for lack of a better term, a supplemental to what had already been testified to. Okay. So I see your comments. Hang on, y'all. I'm going to get there. As I said, I've got the smartest audience on the internet, and they're proving why with some of these comments. Let's get to the article, then I'm going to get to your comments. Okay. This is from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Headline: Defense says cell phone data raises questions about start of Willis-Wade relationship. DA disputes the findings, saying they should be excluded. Here it comes. By Bill Rankin, Dave Wickert, and Tamara Hallerman, we read the following. Nathan Wade appeared to make at least 35 visits to the Hapville neighborhood where Fonnie Willis was living before the district attorney hired him to lead Fulton County's election interference prosecution, according to cell phone data included in a court submission filed Friday. The filing by attorneys for Donald Trump raised fresh questions about the relationship between the two prosecutors, which the former president and other defendants argue has tainted the case against them and should result in Willis and her office being disqualified. Late Friday, Willis disputed the defendant's evidence in a court filing, seeking to have it excluded. She said the exhibit was filed in violation of court rules. She said the court records, quote, do not prove anything relevant. Quote, the records do nothing more than demonstrate that Special Prosecutor Wade's telephone was located somewhere within a densely populated multi-mile radius where various residences, restaurants, bars, nightclubs, and other businesses are located, Willis's motion said. Trump's lawyers relied on data collected by from Wade's cell phone and cell phone tower transmissions, which they said tracked his movements. However, at least one expert interviewed by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution questioned the accuracy of the cell phone data findings. Others said the technology was generally accepted in court proceedings around the nation and considered reliable. If they are correct, they contradict Wade's testimony last week in which he said he had visited Willis at her condo in Hapeville no more than 10 times before he was hired in November 21. It also indicates Wade twice arrived in the area late at night and left early the next morning in the months before Willis and Wade said their relationship became romantic in early 2022. Both Wade and Willis testified last week they did not spend the night together at the Hapville condo. The timeline of the Willis-Wade relationship is important for two reasons. If they were a couple before she hired him, it raises the prospect she may have violated at least the spirit of the anti-nepotism rules, though Fulton's policy specifically focuses on family members. More importantly, both Willis and Wade have testified under oath that their relationship began in 2022. If defense attorneys can prove that they lied under oath, it would constitute perjury. Friday's court filing includes an affidavit from Charles Middlestat, a longtime investigator for the defense attorneys. He said he obtained the cell phone data from AT&T through a subpoena. Middlestat said he used the online tool CellHawk to determine where Wade spent his time in 2021. Quote, CellHawk is considered by law enforcement to be the gold standard in cell phone record analytics, Middlestat said, noting it should be used by law enforcement. It is used by law enforcement throughout the U.S. and Georgia. Now listen to this. The affidavit says Willis and Wade called each other more than 2,000 times during the first 11 months of 2021 and exchanged nearly 10,000 text messages. Middlestat said he focused on instances where Wade's cell phone connected to a tower near Willis's Hapeville address for extended periods to make sure he was stationary and not transit. He said he did the same thing to determine when Wade was at his home in East Cobb County, Georgia. On one occasion, September 11, 2021, Wade's phone left the Duralville area and arrived in the vicinity of Willis's Hapeville address at 10:45 p.m. The phone remained there until 3:28 a.m. and couldn't be seen later arriving at East Cobb at 4:05, shortly before Wade sent a text to Willis, the affidavit said. Similarly, Wade's phone left the East Cobb area the night of November 29, 2021, after receiving an 11:32 p.m. call from Willis, the affidavit said. It arrived in Hapeville at 12:43 a.m. and remained there until 4:55 a.m., the affidavit said. I don't know about anybody else, but that one sounds like a booty call. Middlestat, quote, if available to testify at the court's convenience, he said in the filing by Trump's attorneys Steve Sato and Jennifer Little. Okay, let's get into this. Now, remember what Drama Mama and Loverboy testified to, okay? Their relationship didn't begin until, sometime in 2022, and that, they broke up as a couple sometime around or during the summer of 2023 before Willis filed her RICO charges against former President Trump and the other defendants. Okay. And remember what Wade testified to in court. You know, I may have visited Fani Willis at the Hapeville condo, but, you know, I was there maybe 10 times or less. And you guys are already on it as far as what's going on here. Those dang pinging cell phones. You got that right. They can't deny geofencing, and they've tried to. They have tried to in this. So booty call. Yeah, the lawyer already had the info. I think you're absolutely right. About this, Blue Sky. And yep, they potentially are headed for a charge of perjury here. They really are. You know, okay, I got various thoughts about this. Now, to be fair, one of the folks who was interviewed in that article, and if I want to pull it up, I could. I'll do it if someone wants me to, made the statement that this does not conclusively show that he was at the Hapeville condo. And strictly speaking, that person would be right. It's not like, you know, there's a camera set outside the front door of Fani Willis's condo and you see Nathan Wade going in and going out. However, from reading from this article and listening to other people, this technology that was used, Cellhawk, is considered to be top of the line stuff. If you want to track someone's movement to get a pretty good idea of where they are, this is the software you use. So the investigator for Trump's attorneys issues a subpoena to AT&T, gets the phone records, uses the software, tracks Wade's movements, and can demonstrate not only when Wade was at his house in East Cobb County, Georgia, but when he was in the vicinity of Fani Willis's condo, which apparently, according to the records they've got, was at least 3 times more than what Drama Mama and Loverboy are saying on the stand. Well, yeah, you never know. Just saying. Now, I think you guys are absolutely right. I think other people who are looking at this are absolutely right. We got a very strong possibility that one or both of them have committed perjury in this evidentiary hearing. And I said last week that there is, beyond whatever happens out of this evidentiary hearing, these two lawyers, and in reality, that's what they are. At a minimum, they're lawyers, which means they are responsible to the Georgia bar for their behavior as officers of the court. Those two have serious problems. If somebody really wanted to push it, you got the possibility of their law licenses being in jeopardy here. Because if it's demonstrated, now keep in mind too, there was a witness who testified on the very first day of this evidentiary hearing. Well, yeah, everybody knew that they had a relationship going as far back as 2019. And Fani Willis is, oh no, she shouldn't be believed, yada, 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 various reasons, da, da, da. Well, now, not only do you have this eyewitness acknowledging the fact that there's a relationship going on with these two, you've got cell phone records that can pinpoint with pretty good accuracy, number one, when Wade was at his home in East Cobb County, Georgia. Number two, when he was in the vicinity of Fani Willis's condo. Number three, he was in the vicinity at least 35 times prior to this date of 2021. And furthermore, they can pinpoint when he arrived at a certain place in the vicinity of her condo and when he left the vicinity, which happened to be late at night and early in the next following morning. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and looks like a duck, it's a duck. If it feels like a booty call, looks like a booty call, the time frames match up like it's a booty call, it's a booty call. I'm sorry. And look, these are two adult people. This, to me, is not about the fact they were engaged in a relationship. However, be advised, Nathan Wade was married. And look, we could go down a whole rabbit hole of that discussion, but he was still married at the time. And, he's gallivanting about in the vicinity of her condo. And of course, being in the vicinity of many other things, but we won't get into that because we're trying to keep this stream family friendly, but you get my point. Okay. Now, I can almost hear the defenders of Drama Mama right now. Well, look, this is salacious. This is getting into people's personal lives. This is okay. All right. And you're trying to tell me that if the shoe weren't on the other foot, you wouldn't be doing the same thing. Or you wouldn't have done the same thing. You wouldn't have hired an investigator through the Fulton County District Attorney's Office to pull cell phone records and track movement. And point is made, and let me find that again real fast. Point was made. They can't really deny the geofencing as they used it to track down J6ers. That's absolutely correct. You can't have, something that's good for the goose and not be good for the gander. So yeah, they both have problems here. And beyond that, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, on the basis of some of the things that she testified to herself, I would suspect, although I'm not an expert on Georgia election law, the fact that she admitted on the stand she took money from her campaign and held it in cash at her house, and that at the best times in her life she held upwards of $15,000. At a minimum, you've got the possibility of a campaign finance violation. So, these two have just got enormous problems, short and long term. And all of this comes out, and this is the supreme irony of it. All of this comes out because of a divorce proceeding. It's just absolutely amazing. And I want to get to some of your comments. Do you think Trump's attorneys held back some of the... I think they have. I think there's still more. I think they've still got more that they haven't brought up yet. Leanne asks, what do you know about the judge? He seems decent from what I've heard. He is no Engeron. I'll agree with you there. He's not an Engeron. Engeron, the moron, he's a piece of work that's unbelievable. Okay. But laying aside Engeron, the moron, let's talk about this Judge McAfee. Here's some of the things I do know. At least it's been reported. A, he used to work in Drama Mama's office for the district attorney. Okay. He has an election coming up in May of this year. Now, what else do I know about him? This next statement I'm going to make kind of steps out on a limb, and it speaks to temperament. When Drama Mama was up on the stand, not this last Thursday, but the Thursday before that, she was getting away with stuff on the witness stand that I couldn't believe he was letting her go. he was being extremely deferential to her. And I don't know he was giving her such latitude because she's the district attorney of Fulton County, or she's a woman, or what the reason was. But he gave her a wide berth, which to me, I'm sorry, maybe I'm just old fashioned and I'm a pain in the rear end, but I'd have shut her down before she ever got started. She's up there to answer questions, not get up on her soapbox or climb up on the cross and claim she's being crucified, which to me, that's exactly what she was doing. Okay. All that said, I'll give you my opinion where I think this is going. I will give you my opinion where I think this is going. I don't know how, on the basis of their testimony, and now on the basis of this supplemental evidentiary filing that got put into court on Friday, I don't know how this judge does not throw her and Nathan Wade off this case. Because keep in mind, the judge himself said there's enough, and this was on the question of should there even be an evidentiary hearing. He said there's enough here for me to order a hearing on the question of whether there's violation or whether there is the appearance thereof. Now, this is where I'd love to be talking to a Georgia lawyer, and I wish I had Daniel Street on here because I'd love to get his take on this. If the standard to disqualify Drama Mama and Loverboy is there is the appearance of a conflict of interest, okay, I think we got enough evidence right now. At a bare minimum, we have the appearance of a conflict of interest. Because keep in mind what they've been telling everybody. They didn't start this relationship until 2022. And now you've got evidence that shows these two were at a minimum, in serious conversations with each other going all the way back to 2021. Let me reference again that article from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. The affidavit says Willis and Wade called each other more than 2,000 times during the first months of 2021 and exchanged nearly 10,000 messages. Keep in mind, he didn't get hired to do work for her office. If recollection on this is correct, he didn't get hired to do work in her office until 2022. Well, if they've got a relationship going that, by the way, that by their own admission, they never told anybody about. They never told anybody they were in a relationship. She hires him to come work for the office, then furthermore hires him to be the lead prosecutor in a RICO case, of which, by the way, he has no experience whatsoever. None. And from everything I've heard and read from various people, a RICO case is one of the most difficult prosecutions to bring because it's got all kinds of different moving parts. Okay, so here you have a man hired to be the lead prosecutor on this RICO case. He has no experience doing it. He's never done one of these before. He's in a relationship with the district attorney of Fulton County. The district attorney's office is paying him money. They're in a relationship together and have been in a relationship going all the way back prior to when they say they started this relationship in 22. They've apparently at a minimum been talking to each other going all the way back to the early parts of 2021. And now we've got cell phone records that put him leaving his house in East Cobb County, Georgia, being in the vicinity of her condo on several occasions, showing up late at night, leaving early in the morning in the vicinity of the condo. And we're all just supposed to believe that all of this is perfectly normal and has no bearing whatsoever on this case. Now, in one sense it doesn't, because the case is going to be decided on the facts in question. But the issue is this: do we have a prosecutor who hired somebody of which she had a relationship a relationship that goes back a very long way, and was benefiting off the fact that her office was paying him money and the two of them would gallivant around together. But she's got no way to be able to prove to anybody that she split the bills with him because she's a strong, independent woman. This thing stinks to high heaven, to borrow a line from the Untouchables. It stinks like a whorehouse at low tide. And frankly, it would not surprise me at all if this judge bounces both of them off this, and if furthermore, they've got big problems long-term coming out of all this. Dave says, the judge used to work, and yeah, and he did. That is a fact. It is reported, and it has been reported in the press. He gave money to her campaign. It was about $100, or 150 or 100 or 150 bucks. About $100 to $150. Now, granted, it's a very small contribution, but again, it's a question of, okay, now you got a relationship between the judge and the DA. All right, it was 150. Okay, I stand. I thought that was the number, but I wasn't totally sure. So thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. Yeah, and this is the thing. If the standard in Georgia is that there is the appearance of a conflict of interest, then if that's the standard, that is at basis. The basis could be to remove them both. And Dave, you may be absolutely right. You may be absolutely right. This just, believe me, that supplementary filing and that article out of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution went all over. Yes, I mean, there's just 1,000,001 things that, oh God, this case, this evidentiary hearing is just bringing up stuff that, like I say, now, does any of this have anything to do with the merits of the case against Trump and the defendants? Strictly speaking, no, but it definitely calls into question the motives and the actions of the prosecution. Yeah, honey. After finding out all this stuff about Drama Mama and Loverboy, it might be time to switch over to a Bloody Mary. It really might. I mean, I've got water and sweet tea right here. I'm sitting here wondering myself, I've got to, do I have anything stronger in that? No, I it's just, yeah. Oh, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. I mean, look, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm just a guy that reads the news and tells you what I think. And the more I look at this, the more I come to the conclusion, these two Fruit Loops, and that's being kind for what I could call them. These two Fruit Loops ought to be bounced off this case, shot out of a cannon, like a howitzer shell headed for 5 miles away. That's how bad this is. That's how bad this looks. Now, by updates of where this is going, this is from Axios. Judge schedules March 1st hearing on disqualification of Georgia DA prosecuting Trump, by Aaron Dougherty at Axios. A Fulton County judge will hear arguments on March 1st, which is this coming Friday, over efforts to disqualify District Attorney Fani Willis from Georgia's 2020 election interference case against former President Trump. A ruling by Judge Scott McAfee to remove Willis from the case or adjust the charges, as Trump and other co-defendants have sought, would have massive implications for the case, even potentially derailing it altogether. If McAfee eventually rules that Willis's personal relationship with lead prosecutor Nathan Wade, who she hired, created a conflict of interest, the case would be assigned to a different prosecutor. A new prosecutor could change the case significantly, including by adding or dropping charges or decide to throw it out altogether. The sheer appointment would also delay proceedings likely until after the 2024 election. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, really. Honestly, I think you'd do a better job than those two would. Uh-oh. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just hoping this is isolated. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. I think we do have a birthday person here amongst us. If I'm not mistaken, it's a transplanted it's a Sooner transplanted as a Yankee. So I will not name any names. Of course, I would never mention the fact that it's up in Connecticut who may be having a birthday on March 1st because I believe in keeping the discretion of my listeners. But there you go. Okay, she's just going to out and out admit to it. Happy early birthday, dear. And let me just say, I hope that this judge gives you the birthday present that you're hoping for. So there you go. Oh, goodness. Well, it's about 10 minutes after 11 on Saturday morning. My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. We are on YouTube. We're on Rumble. We are on Twitter. So if you haven't done it yet, hit the thumbs up in both places. I mean, let's help this algorithm out here and, spread the word around. And if you happen to have any loose change in your pocket and you've already paid your bills and you can't figure out what to do with the loose change, well, there's an electronic tin cup around here somewhere, so super chats and Rumble rants are always appreciated, but please do not do anything irresponsible. That's my one thing. I don't want you doing anything that cause you a financial bind. What state am I in, you ask? I am in West Virginia. As I jokingly tell people all the time, I'm American by nationality, Southerner by birth, and West Virginian by the grace of God. So there you go. Okay. South Carolina primary. If y'all haven't heard, this evening at 6:30 Eastern, well, excuse us, young lady. We didn't realize this. She doesn't have a birthday. She has a birth month. Well, in that case, we're not worthy. Nah, I'm just kidding with you, dear. I absolutely love you, adore you, and yes, it should be your month. In the same way, the month of November is mine, as all Scorpios should be able to claim. So there you go. South Carolina primary. We are going to have live coverage tonight, starting at 6:30. Myself, my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes, Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast. Oh my goodness, stop it. You did not have to do that. I mean, yes, I know I was soliciting, but still, you didn't have to do all that. That's just, you're crazy. I love you. As Camelot might say, you're goated as hail. Bless your heart. It's very, very, very kind of you. Anyway, Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast, one of his good buddies who goes by the Twitter handle Chad Manley will be there. And you never know who else might show up. It's kind of it's like the old Dean Martin variety show. You never know who's behind the door. So we might have anybody show up. Now guys, mark it down in May. Just saying right here. Okay. You grew up, Southwest Virginia. Oh, cool. Very good. That is a beautiful part of the country. There's nothing like going down through southwestern Virginia. The Shenandoah area is absolutely gorgeous. How close are you to Smith Mountain Lake, by the way? Blue Sky, how close were you to Smith Mountain Lake? I'm just curious. That's all. That gets in the kind of that Roanoke area. So there you go. So yeah, we're going to have live coverage of the South Carolina primary, and this one is shaping up to be a good old-fashioned beatdown. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, let me just get you updated on the latest polls. This is everything out of the South Carolina primary right now. The latest poll that came out, it was actually released this morning, and it was done by the Trafalgar Group. And Robert Cahaley, who heads up Trafalgar, is probably one of the best pollsters in America. He is absolute, and he's pretty conservative with his numbers. He doesn't, he'll always tell you what's going on, and he'll always be a touch, let's just say, restrained. Maybe that's not the right word, but you get where I'm going with this. He's not like, oh, he's gonna win by 40 points, only wins by 10. No, he's pretty accurate. So at a minimum, Donald Trump's looking like a 20-point win. And it could be even higher than that. So, who knows? Now, some interesting factoids about the South Carolina primary. It is an open primary, meaning independents and Democrats could change out affiliations and vote in the Republican primary. Furthermore, the Democrats have already had their primary, and it was a very low turnout. Now, you could look at that and say, well, that means that, people weren't excited about Joe Biden. Well, maybe not. I'm just wondering if there's not a whole bunch of people who are Democrats getting ready to switch over and vote for Nikki. Okay. Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering is getting ready to happen. Okay. That's what I'm wondering here. So I'm going to be very, very interested tonight to see the results of all this. Okay. So now, as you might expect, President Trump and people around President Trump have been and still are calling for Nikki to get out. I get why they're doing it. This would be the fourth contest in a row where if she goes on to lose and lose as badly as is being predicted, that it's becoming painfully obvious that whatever she's selling, Republican voters aren't buying. Okay? Hang on a second. They're not buying it. Now, you could also say, look, you've got a quasi-incumbent in this race in Donald Trump, who is enormously popular, who is beloved by the base of the Republican Party, and they want to see him take one more crack at Joe Biden because of what happened in 2020 and the way it happened. Okay? But at a minimum, even if you took away those things, no one's buying what she's selling. Trump and his people want to see her get out. And like I said, I understand the politics of that. But there is a practical consideration, and I want to show you something going forward. After tonight, the next thing up on the list is the Michigan primary on Tuesday, the 27th of February. Okay? Now, that sets this up. If you think South Carolina looks bad for her right now, Michigan looks absolutely worse. On average, Donald Trump, if these polls are accurate, has a 50-point lead. The most recent poll that was done for Morning Consult and was done at the very early part of February. So she's going to get beat even worse in Michigan. Okay? Let's step it back for a second. And after Michigan comes Super Tuesday a week later. Here are just a handful of the states on Super Tuesday. This is California. Okay? Trump's up by 50 points. North Carolina, he's up by almost 55. Texas, you're probably talking an average of like low 60s to mid 60s or high 50s at a minimum. This is Tennessee. Again, you're probably looking at an average of, what is that? 104. You're looking at an average of 52 points. My point is all of this. There's nowhere for her to go where she's going to win. I didn't have the clip pulled up, but I really wish I did. Nikki Haley was appearing on, I think the show was Outnumbered. It's that show with the ladies at around noon on Fox News. And Harris Faulkner asked Nikki Haley, Gypsy, do me a favor and send me that link. I didn't get time to pull it up, but send me that link on Twitter. Send me that. I would appreciate, tag me in something, but send me that. I didn't have time to pull it up, but I want to talk about that. And let me know after you've done it. Thank you. So Harris Faulkner has Nikki Haley on, and they're talking, and Harris Faulkner, to her credit, asks her, "Oh, Blue Sky, sorry you can't stay longer, but thanks for stopping by. And hey, hope to see you tonight, but if not, that's cool, I understand. But thanks for stopping by. That's good of you. I appreciate it." So Harris Faulkner asks Nikki Haley, "Can you please name for me another state where you're going to win?" And Nikki very deftly says, "Well, it's kind of surprising that, we're not talking about where I haven't won yet." And Harris Faulkner very quickly retorted, "No, it's not surprising. You're not winning anywhere." And I went, oh, okay. That's interesting. Even some people in the press are coming to the conclusion there's nowhere for her to go. I want to play for you a clip that ran on Real Clear Politics. And this is a conversation between RCP's Washington Bureau Chief Carl Cannon and the co-founder of Real Clear Politics, Tom Bevan. And I'll play maybe about 45 seconds to a minute of this, and I think you'll get the flavor for what I'm talking about. When I say people in the press are recognizing the fact that she's got nowhere to go, you'll see what I'm talking about. So, folks, do me a favor and take a listen to this.
This idea that you lose your home state and you're still a viable candidate for the nomination, that's a new one. And if Haley thinks that, I'm not prejudging anything. I've been one of these last guys. I'm on record. Let's play the games. That's a tough thing to lose.
In 2016, you had the race went until May 3rd, right? I think it was the Indiana primary. And you had Ted Cruz in that race till the very end and John Kasich. The difference is they had both won things. They had both won states. They had both won delegates. Kasich won his home state of Ohio. Haley is now talking about staying in. She gave the speech a couple of days ago where she said, "I'm staying in until the last voter has voted." It's not just I'm staying in until, Michigan or Super Tuesday. She's now saying,
Tom, she kind of has to, but she has to say that. You have to take that with a grain of salt, I would think.
Well, or you could take her at her word. She didn't have to say.
Well, come on, Tom. That's what candidates say. They don't.
She didn't have. Nobody.
You're holding her a standard we've never held as a candidate before. You got to sound positive.
Well, I'm not saying she couldn't sound positive, but she doesn't have to say I'm staying until the last voter votes.
Okay, I think you're beginning to see what I'm getting at here. Oh, okay. Thank you, Gypsy. I appreciate that. Look, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am never going to get on someone's case about who they choose to vote for. For example, I know Leanne is a huge fan of Vivek Ramaswamy. Still am supporting Trump, but I didn't give Leanne any grief about it. I know other people have been supportive of Ron DeSantis or Chris Christie or Nikki Haley. I have not a problem with individuals choosing to whom they support. I may not agree with their choice, but that's fine. But where Nikki's concerned, I've got a problem. It's becoming obvious on the basis of 3 contests already that no one's buying what she's selling. Okay? As a matter of fact, in the most recent contest out in Nevada, not only did she lose, she lost to none of these candidates. Now, now, if that sounds unusual, here's what makes it even more weird. Nevada awards their delegates on the basis of a caucus. Trump and one other candidate, who's a gentleman out of Texas, were the only 2 candidates on the ballot for the Nevada caucus. Nikki was really the only viable and remaining candidate on the Nevada primary. The Nevada primary doesn't award delegates, but it could be used, and according to people who know, it was going to be used by Nikki as the basis to be able to, springboard her into stuff. Hey, I won the Nevada primary. Well, big deal. It doesn't award any delegates. But you get my point. Well, not only did she not win the Nevada primary, she lost to none of these candidates. Okay? As a matter of fact, I got to pull this up now because this is I'm trying to remember what the margins were by which she lost. Hang on a minute, because I got to find this. Yeah, here it is. Hang on, let me get this pulled up real fast. She lost the Nevada primary and lost by 30 points to none of these candidates. And furthermore, none of these candidates, look at this, got double her vote share. Now look, if she wants to continue to run, I can't stop her. No one can. In the end, it's her decision. And again, I don't fault anybody who's supporting Nikki Haley. If they feel that she best represents their policy positions and their values, more power to you. Go ahead and do it. But Nikki Haley is not going to win the Republican primary for president. She is not going to be the Republican nominee come November. If you want my opinion, she's hanging around in the hopes that one of these cases against Donald Trump actually comes to fruition. He's found guilty. The convention happens in July in Milwaukee. And somehow, some way, by mechanical means, Trump is stripped of the nomination. It goes to an open convention, and she becomes the nominee for president. That's my belief. I really do think that. But absent that, she's not doing anybody any favors here. She's really not. And as far as tonight is concerned, Trump would love nothing better than to knock her out politically right here tonight. Now, do I think that's going to happen? Probably not. If after tonight, should she really consider getting out? Yeah. Should she consider it if she gets blown out in Michigan? Yeah. Should she consider it if she really gets blown out on Super Tuesday? Absolutely. Do I think it's altogether still possible she'll stay in after Super Tuesday? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Oh, come on. Now you're just being malicious about it. No, I'm not. I'm not trying to be. I'm not. I could see a scenario where she stays in after Super Tuesday. I don't think it's going to happen, but I could see it. So why is everybody trying to push her out right now? Well, you're trying to no. Look, it's time to consolidate the Republican base. It really is. Trump could win this election. If he does win this election, people like Nikki Haley, among others, are out in the cold for the next 4 years, maybe even longer. And, you know, Leanne, darling, you bring up a really good point. Liz Cheney lost to, what was her name out in Wyoming? Starts with an H. It's not Haberman, but yeah, she lost by like 30, 40 points out there. But at least it was to a named candidate. The problem for Nikki right now is there comes a question of political viability long term. Okay. And what I'm getting at is this. Okay, there's being optimistic and then there's being a realist. Optimism says, I'm going to stay in until the last voter has voted. Okay, I respect that. Fine. Realism says, I'm not going to win this nomination. I'm burning through campaign contributions like water, like a stuck pig. There's nowhere coming up where I'm going to win. Is it time for me to get out? The worry that I've got, not necessarily for her, but if I were her, let me rephrase that. If I were Nikki Haley, this is the worry that I would have. If I keep staying in this thing, am I diminishing my political viability long term? I think that's a legitimate question. I really do. Because remember, it took Ted Cruz a long time after the 2016 election to, how do I want to say this, rehabilitate his political reputation with a certain portion of America First MAGA. Okay. Now, I think by and large he's done that. I think by and large he has. He's kept a low profile. He's kept his shoulder to the wheel, nose to the grindstone. He's been working diligently in the Senate, when and where appropriate. I think to a large extent he's rehabilitated himself. She keeps going forward with this, and she's going to become the Mike Pence of 2024. I mean, right now, Mike Pence couldn't be elected dog catcher in the Republican Party. Okay, and this man at one time was vice president of the United States by Donald Trump's picking, by the way. But he was vice president. Right now, Mike Pence couldn't be elected dog catcher. She's running the risk of being in the same position if she's not careful. Oh, you're just saying that because she's a woman. No, has nothing to do with it. That has not a thing in the world to do with it. She'll run that risk by the fact the longer she stays in this thing, the more it's going to look like to people that she's doing this out of spite, knowing full well there's nowhere going forward she can go and win. That's why she's running the risk of becoming politically unviable after 2024. I was listening to Rich Barris the other day, my absolutely favorite go-to when it comes to polling and one of my favorites when it comes to punditry. And he brings up a very valid point. One of the other reasons she's hanging around is this. If Donald Trump were to lose, hang on. Now I get distracted for a second. I'm sorry, folks. I think okay. Sorry. I'll reel it in here. I'll explain what's going on. I just think there's nowhere for her to go, and the longer she stays in, the worse this becomes for her. But anyway, that sets up South Carolina. And before I get off that subject, Gypsy sent me something, and I've got to play this for you guys. Since I kind of touched on the Michigan primary, I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but there was a clip from MSNBC of Democrat voters sitting around a table in Michigan talking about Joe Biden. And if you've seen any of the polling coming out of Michigan, you know he's got huge problems with the Palestinian community in the state of Michigan. Well, MSNBC went up there and talked to some of the Democrat voters in Michigan, and the results were rather surprising. And Gypsy was very gracious. Oh, no, don't worry. I'm coming back to South Carolina. Don't worry. But I want to get this in. I want you guys to take a listen to this.
Is there a pathway forward for you with Biden?
Oh, absolutely not. You cannot keep killing people with our money and just keep thinking that, oh, we are stupid enough to elect you again, because we'll fall in line. We'll forget. This is an insult to me as a voter.
For you, Biden has a pathway forward.
Biden has a pathway forward. It's not.
And what
saying,
does that look like?
That is him calling for a permanent and immediate ceasefire. The straightforward, simple answer for the Biden administration is push for a ceasefire, stop aiding Israel in their war crimes, and I guarantee you there are enough people who would be willing to deal with it and vote for the man. It is, in so many words, insane to me to have the Democratic Party and the Biden administration sit here and essentially say, if Trump happens, it's your fault.
If you don't want a Trump presidency, then are you not worried about what he could do domestically to this country?
I am, it's like a vaccine. I'm willing to take short-term pain for a long-term gain. I'm willing to let go of Joe Biden and oppose Joe Biden, make him a one-term president, punish Joe Biden by making him a one-term president and pairing his loss with the genocide in Gaza.
Why does our democracy, why is having a Trump presidency more important than those people's lives?
Yeah.
Why is our democracy more important than thousands of men, women, and children being killed?
Okay. Lest you think that lest you think that Nikki's the only one with problems right now. Yeah. In the minds of some voters, they want Joe Biden punished for the fact that he's supporting Israel over the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, even though it was Hamas that attacked Israel. But anyway, let me get to some of your comments. I don't want to jump over all of you guys, because you guys have been dropping in truth bombs everywhere you turn. Some pundits are still saying, yeah, jeez, good God. Vivek for Veep. A lot of people are pushing him. They really are. And Dave says, if Trump does pick Vivek, we've got a chance to recover. I know that Leanne and Christian Watson, who unfortunately I don't think he's going to be able to join us tonight, but he was a big, and still is, a big proponent of Vivek Ramaswamy. I tell you what, I'm coming around to it. I don't know that I'm totally convinced yet, but I'm coming around to it. He's definitely got a future. He really does have a future in Republican politics. And if Trump did take him, it would absolutely electrify the base. People would be ecstatic if Vivek Ramaswamy were the Republican nominee for Veep. And could you imagine the debate between he and Kamala Harris? I tell you what, I'd probably pay money to watch that. Oh, don't worry. We're going to be back for South Carolina. We're going to be back tonight. Absolutely, sir. We're going to be back. Let's see what else is going on. Your lawnmower's calling. Good grief, man. It's February. What are you doing mowing grass? Well, now, wait a minute. It also depends on what part of the country you're in. Yeah, and that's a big problem, a really big problem. Everybody's talking about how the Democrats are somehow going to get Joe Biden to choose not to run at or around the time of the Democrat convention in Chicago in August. But remember, part of the reason why Joe Biden picked Kamala Harris was the insurance policy that she brings with her. Because Joe understood something. There may be Democrats out there that don't like me, but they like her even less. And if I'm somehow forced out of the presidency, then you got to deal with her. And that is one of the biggest problems I think Democrats would have if they try to remove Joe Biden on or before the convention. What do you do with Kamala? Because right or wrong, and I mentioned this the other night, while we were waiting around for President Trump at the National Religious Broadcasters Convention. Right or wrong, she's perceived to be African American. If you pull her out in favor of, let's say, Gavin Newsom, okay, the uproar that you're going to have from the Black Caucus and African American Democrats in general is going to be enormous. I mean, if you yeah, exactly, a white guy. That's what they're going to say. That's exactly what they're going to say. They're going to look at that and say, "You put a white guy in, not that we even got to vote on it. You, the Democrat convention, just put a white guy in there over a sitting African American vice president who's been at Joe Biden's side for 4 years." Well, I don't know about all that. But the problem becomes, in order to make this work, you've got to figure out an effective way to deal with the Kamala question. What do you do with her? And that's why I keep thinking, it's just not going to happen. There are so many things that would have to come into place prior to the Democrat National Convention in August in Chicago this year to make this happen. I just don't see how it does. I mean, first of all, the biggest hurdle of them all, okay? The biggest hurdle of them all, you have to get Joe Biden to agree to this. You have to get Joe Biden to agree to voluntarily give up running for president. Now, keep in mind, this man has coveted, and I use that word deliberately, he has coveted being president for almost 50 years. And now he's got it. Does anybody really think he's just going to turn loose of that? I don't see it. I don't see how. And I think you got a valid point. Jill says no. Well, now see, and this gets to another problem. Hang on. This gets to another problem. Even if you get past even if you get past the question of getting Joe Biden to agree to give the speech, if I am offered the nomination by my party, I will not accept. I am not running for the presidency of the United States. Then what do you do with Kamala? Okay, let's assume for a moment that the Democrat powers that be offer her the vice presidency. Okay. Is she going to take it? Keep in mind, Kamala has her own ambitions. She wanted to be president at one point. There were people in the Democrat Party who would have loved to have seen her become president. The problem is she's so toxically unpopular, she had to withdraw from the race before the California primary. She was polling at like 1% in her home state, which is like the Mordor of Democrat strongholds. Now. Boy. Oh boy. Look, that is no way to talk about Vice President Idaho, okay? Look, she could be on her knees for any number of different reasons, okay? I hear she loves gardening, okay? She loves her potatoes. Maybe she's out there gardening, and sometimes if you're gardening, you just got to get on your knees and do it. I'm just saying, you know. And here's another question. Here's another thing. Michelle Obama. Yeah, okay, let's deal with that question. And I think, I will freely admit my thinking is informed by I will admit my thinking on this is informed by Robert Barnes's opinion, but I don't necessarily think he's wrong, and it's this. Look, the Obamas have done their bit for king and country, if I may use that Shakespearean expression. They served for 8 years. They have a fabulous life right now. They are multimillionaires with homes in Chicago, D.C., Martha's Vineyard, etc. Why, in God's name, would Michelle Obama give up her luxurious post-presidential lifestyle that she shares because her husband Barack was president? Why in God's name would she give all that up to go back to the pressure cooker of A, running a campaign, and B, if she wins, being president of the United States, which is in and of itself is a pressure cooker of a job. That job will age you like nothing else. Okay? I just don't see it happening. Again, all of this is speculation, and I come to it with the caveat that I could be completely wrong. Okay? But I just don't see this happening. Biden is it. And plus, there is another consideration. And it's this. And this is the frightening part for the Democrats. Okay, hang on a second. I got to find this real fast. Y'all vamp amongst yourselves for a second. I have got to show you guys. There's a reason why I think Biden is it. And it basically comes down to something that's very, very important. I want to show you something. If I can find it. Yep, here it is. Here it is. For all of the problems the Democrats have got right now, ironically enough, Joe Biden may be the least worst candidate they've got. Now, what am I getting at? Okay, right now, in national polls, in state level polls, okay, if you're being generous with the national polls, generously, Joe Biden is either tied or maybe a point or two down against Trump, if you're being generous. In other words, he's in the margin of error, okay? Which you could maybe explain to the fact, both of them have high name recognition, both of them are very strong with their base, et cetera, so on. Okay? Generously, Joe Biden is tied or a point or two behind in the national vote. However, if you start going through battleground states, Biden is behind in Georgia. He's behind in Michigan. He's behind in Arizona. He's definitely behind in Nevada. All it would take is Trump to flip 3 or 4 states back from what he lost in 2020, and he's president again, assuming he hangs on to everything else. Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan. Throw Wisconsin in for good measure. I said a moment ago, Biden is the least worst candidate they've got. Now I'm going to show you what I mean. Pollsters have now been doing polling, substituting out Joe Biden's name and substituting in Newsom and Harris. Look what happens. This is from Emerson. In Arizona, Trump against Newsom. Trump's winning Arizona by 13 points. Harris against Trump in Arizona. Trump's winning by 8. Nevada, right next door to California. Newsom is losing to Trump by 17 points in Nevada. Against head-to-head against Harris, Trump is winning Nevada by 10 points. You see where I'm going here? The argument is, oh my God, the argument says the Democrats are saying to themselves, oh my God, we've got to get rid of Biden. We're going to lose to Donald Trump, and Biden's going to drag down the ticket. The ironic problem for the Democrats is if you substitute anybody else in for Biden and you run the polling, they're losing even worse to Trump than what Biden would. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If you take Biden out, it's going to get worse. You keep him in, you could still lose, but it may not be as bad. So, I mean, this argument that says, oh, they're going to substitute, how? Number one, how? And number two, why? The how is exceedingly difficult. The why doesn't even make any sense if you believe the polling. That's why, again, and I'm not saying I could wind up being with major league egg on my face. And I have always said, if I'm wrong, I will come here to you, my audience, and I will say, you know what? I screwed this one up. I don't like to admit it, but I was dead wrong on this. And I will do it with humility. I'll eat my humble pie, and I'll say, yep, I was wrong. But I just don't see it. The Democrats are stuck with him. He created an insurance policy with Kamala Harris. And now that insurance policy is paying off for Biden, but it's screwing over the Democrat Party doing it. They can't get rid of him because if they do, it gets even worse. If they keep him in, they could probably lose, all things being equal. Dave brings up the point. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and this is another point about Michelle Obama. Being first lady doesn't count. At least Hillary had experience. Exactly. Hillary, after she was first lady, was a United States senator from New York, was Secretary of State under Obama. At least she had, legislative and foreign policy experience when she ran in 2016. If you put Michelle Obama in, oh, it's Michelle. What does that even mean? That's why I'm saying I've got. Yeah, and Leanne, that's the irony of it. Biden was an absolute mastermind in picking that insurance policy, and the mind may now be gone. I remember the stories specifically. The co-chairman of Biden's 2020 campaign is former U.S. Senator Christopher Dodd, Democrat from Connecticut, and he kept telling Biden, don't pick Kamala, don't pick Kamala, don't do it. She'll stab you in the back. Don't do it. Biden did it anyway. And Leanne, I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right. At the time, it was a stroke of genius. Looking back on it, he screwed the Democrat Party doing it. And long term, here's something else for y'all to think about. After Joe Biden, ask yourself this question. Who's on the bench for the Democrats? Or I'll do it this way. Name for me the top 4 Democrats who are you immediately think of that could be legitimate contenders for the presidency. In other words, it's not just that they've got name recognition. They could do it. They could win. Name 3. I've got some names I think of, but they might be different than what y'all do. And here's another reason why Michelle Obama shouldn't be president. Daggone it, she ruined school lunches. Exactly. Well, and that's a fair question. That's a completely fair question. I agree with you. You know what? I get the feeling he's sniffing around hard. This old boy has got Clintonian ambition. Up in Connecticut, I think you're absolutely right, dear. I think you're absolutely right. He has got absolute Clintonian ambition. Oh my goodness. It's snowing outside. It's snowing outside my window. I'm so sorry. I didn't think it was that cold. My goodness, it's snowing. Huh. Well, you know. Well, it is getting on 12 o'clock, and would somebody out there do me a favor and keep an eye on, like I said, I'm just popping in real quick. I'm checking the stage at CPAC. Wow. Really? I've heard that about Murphy. I've heard Murphy's good at raising cash. Yeah, y'all do me a favor. Somebody would help me out here. If you see Trump taking the stage at CPAC, let me know. Like I said, I'm just checking in real quick to see. Yeah, that's amazing on Murphy's part. Yeah, and Murphy is one guy I do not want anywhere near the presidency. I don't want him anywhere near it. All right, so still got a little bit of time on our hands here. So we're basically, I'm just checking in on CPAC just to see what's going on right now. Looks like they're doing some kind of a panel discussion on Real America's Voice. But anyway, my name is Brian Tripp, and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is Front Porch Brunch, where we get together and talk about items in the news and give our opinions and see if we can't solve all the world's problems. But anyway, this session of Front Porch Brunch is going to be kind of special because we're basically going to live stream President Trump's comments at CPAC. And like I say, if y'all are out there, let me know. Let me know when he hits the stage. I'm going to do my best to keep an eye on it, but I will, if you give me the signal and say, hey, he's hit the stage, I will immediately pop it up right here and we can all watch it together. So send out tweets, send out Gettr, send out Truth Social, send out everything else. Let's get as many people in here as we possibly can. And while we're waiting, we've got some other stories to talk about. Let me get them pulled up real quick, kind of see where we are here. I do want to go back just for a second and talk about the national religious broadcasters. Thank you, Leanne. I appreciate that. Yeah, just as soon as you see that he's on stage, you let me know. The second Trump hits the stage, let me know. And then we will live stream that baby and make it happen. To answer, let's see. Gavin Newsom, Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah, and that's the problem with Gavin. He's a disaster of his own doing. There are a couple of people that I could think of right now that could not only maybe get their party's nomination, but they could win. But the names would surprise you. I think up in Connecticut is absolutely right. Chris Murphy, the senator from up in Connecticut, is one of them. And the other one is a name you don't hear a lot about, but you better keep an eye on him because he's a sleeper. Governor Jared Polis of Colorado. That dude could, I think he could get his party's nomination. He might win. I really do. But to go back to the National Religious Broadcasters Convention the other night, I want to play you a couple of clips. And I'll tell you what, in spite of the fact that Donald Trump was late getting there, in spite of the fact that it was late at night when he was speaking, his performance was remarkable. And this is something Gypsy and I talked about back and forth in chat that night. It was remarkable in this respect. Comparatively speaking, could you see Joe Biden flying from D.C. to Nashville, Tennessee, get on stage at 10:45 at night, give an hour-long speech, and then go back to D.C.? And I ask this question with all sincerity. Could anybody out there see Joe Biden doing that? I couldn't. But for Donald Trump at 77 years old, he gave a remarkable performance for a man giving a speech that late at night to that big of a crowd. I want to play you a couple of clips, and I think you'll see what I'm talking about. This is from Trump's speech the other night at the National Religious Broadcasters Convention. Folks, take a listen to this.
And it's a true honor to be here in this beautiful Nashville this is a great place, with the National Religious Broadcasters. What an important group. And they're giving you a hard time in Washington, but you won't have a hard time in about 11 months from now, I can tell you. You won't have a hard time.
That's a great line. That is a great line. Let me see if I can find the other one here. Now, I will say this for the sake of fairness. This is a line that he said that I had a problem with. I really did. And it's this. How any Christian can vote for a Democrat, Christian, or person of faith. How can you vote for a Democrat is crazy. It's crazy. Trump told attendees at the National Religious Broadcasters International Christian Media Convention in Nashville. I get what Trump is saying. I really do. But there's still a part of me that recognizes the fact that, there are some, I'm from West Virginia. Okay. And given the line of work that I'm in, there are occasions when I interact with Democrat members of the legislature. Not often, Not often. It's not like I'm going to Charleston and lobbying or doing anything. But every so often in my line of work, you come across a state senator or a member of the House of Delegates or what have you. And when I do run into those Democrat politicians, they are nothing like national Democrats in Washington, D.C. And if you really want a good example of that, I think Joe Manchin, the now retiring senator from my home state of West Virginia, found that out the hard way when he got to D.C. in 2010. Okay. Democrats in my area, I mean, if you ask them, do you believe taxes ought to be kept low? Yeah. Do you believe that, you ought to be allowed to maintain your guns? Yeah. Do you think that, Christianity ought to have a certain sway in public life? Yeah. Now, most people would look at that person and say, well, guess what? You're not a Democrat. You're a Republican. But they are ancestrally Democrat. Okay. So, I mean, I get what Trump's trying to say here. I just wish he could have worded it better. I mean, I really do. Because let's be honest, the Democrat Party, at least at a national level, is most certainly not friendly to Christian values or Judeo-Christian moral principle anymore. I'm sorry. They're just not. People can get mad at me for saying that, but that's the truth. It really is. Dave's got a comment here. Yeah, it's like Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Yeah. See, I'm the same way. That comment from Trump just struck me the wrong way. Yeah, exactly. I mean, in your walk up there in the Northeast, and me here in the South, there's a lot of people who might be local Democrats, or they're Democrat just by registration, and they're not sitting there saying they're agreeing with everything that goes on at the national Democrats in Congress or anywhere else throughout the country. So that line just kind of, yeah. I just wish he either would not have said it or would have worded it better. So that's what I know about that. Let's see what else is going on here. Somebody give me an update. Leanne, have you got an update on CPAC? So I am trying to make sure I'm following this. So is Fenton still up there speaking? I'm just checking in on this, or trying to anyway. Anyway, we're waiting, much like we were Thursday night. Hopefully, it doesn't take nearly as long. Fenton is still on. Oh yeah, that's true. Now, okay, for those of you who don't know what Leanne's referring to, let me get you up to speed on this. Okay, let me get you up to speed. In 2000, I guess it would have been 15 or 16, one of the two, Donald Trump was giving a speech at Liberty University in Lynchburg, Virginia, right? And there's a lot of things you can say about Donald Trump, but I don't think anybody here would argue that Donald Trump is a biblical scholar. Okay, that's pretty well established. You would be very generous to him if you said he had a checkered past. Okay, especially where women were concerned. But he goes to Liberty University in Lynchburg, Virginia, and he's on stage and he's trying to cite part of a verse that is the school motto at Liberty University. And it's from the book of 2 Corinthians in the New Testament. And it says, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Well, the basis of that part of that verse forms the name of the school in Lynchburg, Virginia. Well, when Trump was trying to cite the particular verse of the Bible, he said, it's right there. It's in 2 Corinthians. And you could hear it in the audio. The students in attendance kind of chuckled under their breath because nobody in evangelical Christianity refers to that reference as 2 Corinthians. Commonly, it's called 2 Corinthians. And every time I think back on that, I have to chuckle. I mean, there's Trump trying in his own way to identify with evangelical Christians who would otherwise support him anyway, and gives one of the most well-intended but incorrect sounding ways of trying to say something. It just cracked me up. It really does. So yeah, there's that going on. We're basically waiting, and I know Leanne's will give me the heads up when it happens that Trump's going to take the stage at CPAC in Washington, D.C. I'm going to see if I can find this another way, because for some strange reason, I am not finding this the way I want to. Here we go. That might be better. Now they're calling it 1 p.m., but we got stuff to talk about. Yeah, it sounded like the start of a joke. That's what was so funny about the whole daggone thing. But anyway, we've got some other stories to get into while we're waiting for Trump to get on stage. And Leanne, thank you very much for being so gracious as to keep an eye on the stage at CPAC. And I want to get into a story. We're kind of hit that point for those of you who are visiting with us. We're kind of hit that point in the live stream where I do a section called Hodgepodge Stew. Now, if you've never been with us before, Hodgepodge Stew are those stories that are not top of mind. They're not the big headline splash stories, but they are stories that are out there that are very interesting. And there's one of them that I am including in today's section for Hodgepodge Stew that Leanne has been, I won't say she's been after me about this, but she's asked me to comment on it. And it has to do with an ongoing controversy from back in 2021, January 5th and January 6th. Now, to set this up for you, on or about the time of January 6th, the FBI reported, and this is all a matter of public record. I'm not giving you any kind of a conspiracy theory here or anything like that, but it's been commonly reported that there were 2 pipe bombs found, one at Republican National Headquarters and the other at Democrat National Headquarters. And much like a lot of the things surrounding January 6th, stories about these pipe bombs took on a life of their own. Well, there are some people in life that never take anything at face value, and God bless them for it. Because if it weren't for people like that, we might not find out the actual facts of what's going on. And it's in that vein that I bring you this story. This is from revolver.com, and this ran about a month ago, but there's other information that goes along with it. Damning new details emerge in January 6th. Pipe bomb cover-up. Okay. Revolver News' year-long groundbreaking coverage of the January 6th pipe bomb story has finally reached escape velocity with the help of a remarkable and damning video released on account of Congressman Massey's heroic and persistent efforts. We encourage readers not fully caught up on the January 6th pipe bomb hoax to consult our latest definitive pipe bomb piece. As to the damning video in question depicting the discovery of the DNC pipe bomb, we refer to Darren Beatty's detailed and mega-viral Twitter thread below. The most striking feature of the footage depicting the discovery of the DNC pipe bomb is the utter nonchalance of the Secret Service officials, Metro PD officials, and Capitol Police officers upon learning of the proximity of the bomb. The Metro PD officers didn't even bother getting out of their vehicles for a minute after being informed of the bomb and proceeded to stand around in the most lackadaisical fashion imaginable once getting out of the vehicles. Most flagrantly, the video depicts a group of children who are allowed to cross the street towards the pipe bomb and walk within feet of it, with Secret Service agents standing around without a care in the world. This leads us to ask, how do we explain the utter indifference of the Secret Service to their own safety, the safety of the protectee, Kamala Harris, and passers-by, including a group of children? This indifference overwhelmingly suggests Kamala Harris' Secret Service detail knew that the DNC pipe bomb didn't pose a threat, but this just raises the more damning question, how would they have known this recently discovered DNC pipe bomb was a dud? And that's a fair question. So there's some other stories about this that I think are just as equally interesting. Take a look at this. This is from Julie Kelly's Substack. Bomb-sniffing dog performed vehicle search and separate sweep outside DNC hours before the pipe bomb was discovered. An individual who appeared to be part of a security team guarding the Democrat National Committee headquarters used a canine to conduct a search of a small sport utility vehicle, in front of the building more than 3 hours before a plainclothes police officer discovered an alleged pipe bomb just a few feet away on January 6th. Grainy footage obtained by Declassify with Julie Kelly from Committee on House Administration Subcommittee and Oversight Chairman Barry Loudermilk adds yet another question to the unsolved mystery of the so-called January 6th pipe bomber. The FBI claims the suspect planted these devices between 7:30 and 8:30 p.m. on January the 5th, both near the DNC and the RNC headquarters. But despite the FBI's ongoing investigation and a $500,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator, no one has been identified or charged. Okay, and one more. Let me pull this up real quick. This is from theblaze.com. Capitol Police turned cameras away from the DNC pipe bomb probe. Blaze Media investigative journalist explains why they failed to hide, what they failed to hide. Baker told Blaze News, quote, "I believe somebody knew that these devices were inert, that they were not viable devices, and they did not want cameras on that scene. Two apparently, quote, inoperable pipe bombs were placed out in the open near the Democrat and Republican Party headquarters in Washington, D.C., one day ahead of the January 6th Capitol protest in 2021. The official narrative about the bomb plot has strained under scrutiny for years now." Like I said, this story has kind of taken on a life of its own. I don't know. I'll say this. I'm not saying that they didn't find something on that day. And given what it was supposed to be, it definitely deserves scrutiny and obvious attention. But the more layers that get peeled back on this story, the more I'm starting to wonder, and I'm just asking a legitimate question here, were these fakes? Why would you plant them? Who planted them? And done to what end? I think that's legitimate. I really do. So, a few other things in hodgepodge news. And before we get to that, if you just happen to be stopping by, My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. We are on YouTube. We're on Rumble. We are on Twitter. And we are doing what's called Front Porch Brunch. Yeah, and that's one of the things. Why were those duds put out there? Fair point. Fair point. So we're on YouTube, we're on Rumble, we're on Twitter. We get together each week to discuss items in the news. So if you haven't done it yet, give a thumbs up. Share the link around. Let's get as many people in here as we possibly can. We are keeping an eye on things at CPAC, myself and Leanne and everybody else. And just as soon as President Trump hits the stage, we will take you there and listen in on the commentary. And it sounds like now he may be getting there around 1 o'clock. But, like I say, no problem. We've got stories to talk about in the meanwhile as we hang out together. And I don't know why I'm having such... Leanne, is Fenton still on stage? Tom Fenton? Because I am on CPAC's website right now, and I'm having a devil of a time pulling up live coverage of who's on stage. I don't know if I'm in the wrong link or what. But anyway, a couple of guys talking. Okay. A couple of people talking. All right. Just so that I'm in the right place. Are they sitting in a couple of white chairs? Oh, they're having a roundtable discussion. Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry about this, folks. I'm just trying to... The live feed I'm looking at has a couple of white chairs and a couple of curtains, and I'm just making sure I'm trying to see if I'm looking at the right thing. So just let me know. But we'll get the feed for President Trump's speech. There's no problem there. Not a table, just a fray. There are white chairs. Bright red socks. Bright red socks. Okay, then I'm definitely not looking at the right thing here. Oh, okay. Hang on. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to just keeping an eye on what's going on here. I think they're showing clips from last year's speech. Anywho, the guy in the white chair has red socks on. Okay. Okay, I've got it, but it is very hard to find. Okay, all right. Thanks for that heads up. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I say, just as soon as this thing gets a rolling, we will share it with everybody. So anyway, so have you guys heard about what's going on down in Alabama? Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Before we even get to that, I got to hop out to Twitter real fast. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Sorry about this, folks. Sometimes this happens on the fly. Oh, this just got interesting.
More developments this morning in the push to disqualify.
Hang on. Okay, I got to pull this up. Blue Sky had mentioned this a little bit earlier, and this goes to the question of something we've been talking about. There's a law partner for Nathan Wade. And there was a motion made by Nathan Wade to suppress his old business partner's testimony. Well, apparently it didn't go too well for everybody. Let's take a listen to this.
Developments this morning in the push to disqualify Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade from the 2020 election interference case. 11 Alive has confirmed the judge has denied a motion from Wade to block additional testimony from his former attorney, Terrence Bradley. Defense attorneys believe Bradley can prove Willis and Wade's romantic relationship began earlier than they testified. Bradley is now set to meet with the judge on Monday. Attorneys for former President Donald Trump.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, my. That's interesting. Now, for those of you who don't know what's going on, let me explain this. Bradley is Nathan Wade's former law partner. Bradley is or was representing Nathan Wade in his divorce proceeding against what will soon become Nathan Wade's soon-to-be ex-wife. Okay. Well, Bradley kept claiming lawyer-client privilege. There were certain things he could not testify to. Well, the lawyers for Trump and others kept pushing the issue, and they found out during Bradley's initial testimony the reason that he was no longer a partner at Wade's law firm was due to behavior on his part that basically got him thrown out. Well, when the judge heard that, judge is like, hey, wait a minute, I'm not so sure lawyer-client privilege covers some of this stuff. So the question became, should Bradley be testifying any further? Well, the judge has now ruled, yeah, he's going to testify further, and the motion to suppress his testimony that was offered by Nathan Wade, it's out of here. So come Monday, Mr. Bradley, who used to be Nathan Wade's partner and it was at one time his divorce lawyer, is going to be talking in front of the judge. I think Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Logic, may be carrying that Monday, so that's going to be really interesting. So, yeah, Blue Sky had mentioned it. Gypsy had sent me a link, and I want to put that up there because I know we've been talking about it earlier this morning. So anyway, while we're waiting for President Trump, did you guys hear about what's going on down in Alabama with this IVF decision? I got to admit, I'd heard about this in the distance, but I hadn't really had a real good chance to get into it. I did have a little bit of time to look into it this morning. I thought we'd get into it. Now, if you just go by the headlines, you would swear that we were headed for the dark ages. And I want to pull some of that up before we actually get to what it is that this controversy down in Alabama is all about. Let me pull this up. Let me see if this is, oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. This one I absolutely love. This is great. Okay. This is from Breitbart. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the leading intellectual heavyweight of the Democrat Party, headline, GOP is trying to control recreational sex because they want a patriarchal theocracy. Oh, my God. Well, let us hear what this bastion of logical thought is saying about this. So hang on, folks. We're going to get into this in just one moment. This ought to be interesting.
Of America, the story of immigration. I have to ask you, because we were talking about children and literally children in meat grinders, from the party that is the pro-family party, the party that this week is facing a sort of crisis as it has pushed the nation towards sort of a Christian nationalist agenda. They have found themselves in the crosshairs of what it means to be sort of a theocratic party on the subject of IVF. It is something that Donald Trump has tried to walk back today. I think he has said, I'm calling on the Alabama legislature to act quickly to find an immediate solution to preserve the availability of IVF in the state. Republicans in the state are trying to mop up the mess. I just wonder what you think the dawning reality of this agenda as it concerns women on who are seeking abortions and immediate reproductive health care, people who are trying to build families and need fertility support. What does this do to the Republican Party as we hurtle towards November?
I mean, they know exactly what they're doing. They knew exactly what they were doing by attacking Dobbs and attacking Roe v. Wade and attacking it in the way that they did. They're trying to walk it back now so that they don't look publicly accountable. But I want to be very clear that this was intentional and that
pro-family party.
Well, what was intentional? That's what I can't quite figure out. What was so intentional about this, Alexandria?
Fertility support. What does this do to the Republican Party as
do they want to go after abortion? Not only do they want to go after reproductive freedom, they're going after IVF, they're going after contraception. We have a mifepristone ruling that is coming down from the Supreme Court, and Clarence Thomas enriching himself from the same folks who are saying that they are trying to control women's bodies quite explicitly and going beyond that. They also want to control what they call recreational sex.
Yes.
Recreational sex. This is so clearly a patriarchal theocracy that has embodied itself in the DNA of an entire political party in the United States of America. And as women and as any non-binary and queer person in this country, they must be defeated.
Okay, I'm stopping that for a number of different reasons. Because there's only just so much stupid that I can tolerate. Yeah. Well, I don't know that I'd call them evil. Is it too unkind or too inaccurate to call them stupid? Jeez. Now, to listen to them, you would think that we were headed back for the Dark Ages. Okay. Y'all want to know what actually happened in Alabama? Okay. Here's an article from the Post Millennial, and I'm going to read this in its entirety. Headline: Alabama Supreme Court rules that frozen embryos, are protected in sanctity of life case. The decision comes after multiple horrified parents struggling with infertility reported that their embryos were killed in a fertility clinic. Okay. Article's written by Madeline Martin. Here's what it is. Okay. The Alabama Supreme Court ruled on Friday that under state law that frozen human embryos are considered children, a ruling that may have significant ramifications for in vitro fertilization and other medical issues in the state, claimed those opposed. The state's Wrongful Death of a Minor Act is, quote, sweeping and unqualified, the 9-judge court declared in its 8-1 decision, and its provisions extend to children, quote, regardless of their location. The defendant, the Center for Reproductive Medicine, PC, and Mobile Infirmary Association, doing business as Mobile Infirmary Medical Center, attempted to argue that the embryos do not fit within the definition of, quote, a person or, quote, child under the law. It applies to all children, whether born or unborn, without limitation, the decision stated. It is not the role of this court to craft a new limitation based on our view of what is or is not wise public policy. The court stated that this conclusion was especially true where, as here, the people of Alabama adopted a constitutional amendment directly aimed at stopping courts from excluding unborn life from legal protection. Voters in Alabama adopted a state constitutional amendment in 2018 that upheld, quote, the sanctity of unborn life and the rights of unborn children. The state also passed an abortion prohibition in 2019 that became fully operative upon the overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022. The decision of the state Supreme Court was made in response to a complaint filed by multiple parents whose frozen embryos had somehow been destroyed at a reproductive clinic. The plaintiffs had claimed that the state's Wrongful Death of a Minor Act applied to the destruction. The justices included quotes from Thomas Aquinas and John Calvin's commentary, as well as texts from Genesis that uphold the sanctity of human life in their ruling. Quote, as Augustine observes, man surpasses other things, not in the fact that God himself made man, as though he did not make other things, since it is written, the work of thy hands is the heaven, and elsewhere, his hands laid down the dry land, but in this, that man is made to God's image, from Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologica, first part, Treatise on Man, question 91, article 4. Fathers of the English Dominican Province translation, Benzinger Brothers, 1947. Going further, Aquinas explained that every man has the image of God in that he possesses a natural aptitude for understanding and loving God, which imitates God chiefly in that God understands and loves himself. Thus, man's creation in God's image directs man to his last end, which is to know and love God. The ruling further states, in summary, the theologically based view that the sanctity of life adopted by the people of Alabama encompasses the following. Number 1, God made every person in his image. Number 2, each person, therefore, has a value that far exceeds the ability of human beings to calculate. And number 3, human life cannot be wrongfully destroyed without incurring the wrath of a holy God who views the destruction of his image as an affront to himself. Section 36.06 recognizes that this is true of unborn human life no less than it is of all other human life. Even before birth, all human beings bear the image of God, and their lives cannot be destroyed without effacing his glory. In their decision, the judges stated that the term, quote, minor child refers to the same thing in the Wrongful Death of a Minor Act as it does in everyday parlance, an unborn or recently born individual of the human species from fertilization until the age of majority. Nothing about the act narrows that definition to unborn children who are physically in utero, the court stated. Instead, the act provides a cause of which for the death of any minor child without exception or limitation. While much of the country seems to be indoctrinated by anti-natalist progressives pushing the inverted ideology that abortion saves lives, Alabama is quietly doing its part to protect the unborn with no exception. Okay, let's get into this. There are a lot of things that the Dobbs decision did when it was handed down. And one of them was, and to me, this is perhaps the most important thing, it took the question of abortion out of the hands of the federal judiciary, exemplified by a 9-member, unelected, unaccountable Supreme Court, and put the question of abortion back in the hands of state legislatures everywhere. For example, in New York, they have laws dealing with the question of abortion, which most would probably argue tend to be considerably more liberal than a place like Alabama. Now, that gets to specifically what's going on here. And I want to go back to one part of this article from the Post Millennial. And it's a part of a quote from the judge's decision. Okay? Let me find it here real fast, because this to me is the crux of what's going on here. Okay? Let me find it here real fast. Yeah, okay, here it is. The court stated that this conclusion was especially true where, as here, the people of Alabama have adopted a constitutional amendment directly aimed at stopping courts from excluding unborn life from legal protection. and the paragraph before is the one I was really looking for. It applies to all children, born and unborn without limitation. Now listen to this next sentence. It is not the role of this court to craft a new limitation based on our own view of what is or is not wise public policy. Now, here's what I'm getting at. The Dobbs decision puts this back in the hands of the state legislatures. Okay? State legislatures get to make law on the question of abortion or issues surrounding it. Okay? What is human life? When does human life begin? What are the protections for the unborn, etc., and so on? You see my point, okay? So Alabama has a law on the books which they call the Wrongful Death of a Minor Act. And in that law, they make the determination, well, look, doesn't matter if you're born or unborn, you know, there are certain penalties that will be put upon you if you have wrongfully terminated or had a hand in terminating the life of a human being. Now, here you have parents whose embryos are frozen at this fertility clinic, Mobile Infirmary Medical Center, and those embryos were destroyed. And the parents brought suit. And the parents said, you've destroyed our children. Court says, yeah, they're human life. A frozen embryo is human life. But the court also said something very important. It is not the role of this court to craft a new limitation based on our own view of what is or is not wise public policy. And that is probably the smartest thing the court ever could have said. The court's basically saying here, look, this is what the law says. Born or unborn, you are protected under the Wrongful Death of a Minor Act. These embryos, these frozen embryos, were destroyed. We recognize them as human life. We do that on a basis that goes back centuries. I mean, when you start quoting St. Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas, parts of the Bible, etc., and so on, as the legal basis for your decision, okay, you're getting into questions not just physical or medical, you're getting into questions metaphysical. Okay? But the court also had the humility to recognize, look, we're not saying what should or should not be public policy on this question. We're just telling you this is what the law says, and on the basis of the law as it's written, and on the basis of human history, we declare these frozen embryos were human life that were destroyed, and therefore the Wrongful Death of a Minor Act in the state of Alabama applies. But to listen to liberals like AOC and Sonny Toston from The View and others, they are all just, oh my God, we're headed for the dark ages. No, we're headed for what is the natural result of the Dobbs decision, that the sovereign state of Alabama gets to make policy through their legislature, signed by their governor into law, for what should be handled as far as the question of abortion. In other words, how does the state of Alabama want to handle this? If in New York State, on the other hand, they want to have a different law, guess what? The Dobbs decision affords them that opportunity. And I understand in part why Trump and others, hey man, hey, Alabama legislature, you got to clean this thing up. And maybe they need to. Maybe they do. Maybe this is something that, wasn't very well thought out. But you know what? I'll trust the people of Alabama through their legislature to make this decision for themselves. Because in the end, constitutionally, that is what should happen. They should be able to make this determination on their own. How do you want to handle the issue of abortion and the other subsequent issues that surround it? And you're absolutely right, Ruben. You are absolutely right, my brother. It is a states' rights question. That is what frustrates me so much now with the discussions revolving around abortion. The Republicans generally speaking, are so, pardon my language, they're so damn stupid and such enormous cowards, they don't have the guts or the brains or both to correctly argue that the question of abortion is no longer a federal issue. It's in the hands of the 50 state legislatures and their governors. Let them make law on this. And if you don't happen to like what they're doing in that state, you can lobby the legislature to change the law. As opposed to 9 unelected, unaccountable people in black robes sitting behind a bench deciding what's best for Alabama or Texas or Nevada or Washington or South Carolina or Illinois or New York or whoever. Let those state legislatures, let the people through their state legislatures make law on this question and decide it for themselves. That's what ought to happen here. That is what absolutely ought to happen. But instead, what are we getting? We're getting this. And why are we getting this? And as I said before, and I'll say it again, it's because you got a bunch of Republican politicians that are brainless, gutless, or both, and they cannot or will not explain to people what the real impact of the Dobbs decision is. Dobbs never took away the right to abortion. It never did. All it did was put the question back in their hands. And yeah, I don't understand why this happened either. And that's and I haven't gotten that far as my research, but I haven't heard the reason why they were destroyed. Yeah, makes no sense, makes absolutely no sense to me. None. I don't get it. I do not get it at all. Makes not an ounce of sense whatsoever. Completely ridiculous. But yeah, it's whenever I hear stories like this, it just boggles the mind for me. It really does. I just cannot understand why it is this is such a hard thing for Republican politicians to deal with. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm perfect. Believe me, I'm not. But it just kills me that nobody seems to be able, for whatever reason, at least on the Republican side anyway, to talk about this with any sense of just being able to reasonably explain this. I don't get it. I really don't. I really do not get it. Very strange to me. Very strange indeed. I'm just working on a little something on the side here, folks. So give me 1 second. Just need to email myself something here. Okay, there it goes. Cool. Okay. Sorry about that. Ayo! There's probably one of the smartest people I know. And why he hangs around with me, I literally have no idea. Absolutely. Yeah. Just talking about Republican politicians, that's probably a good way to describe them. It really is. It truly is. When Brian is done, I am doing abs, I promise. Okay. Well, that's good enough. Ah, yes, that's right. My friend Ruben Christopher Haynes is like, oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, for those who may be watching this right now, be it on YouTube or on Rumble, we're going to be covering the results of the South Carolina primary starting at 6:30 tonight. So, me too, Christian. I hope that is the case. Getting close. We're getting close, brother. We're getting close. All right, let's see what's going on at CPAC right now, or at least because we're getting down to like 10 minutes to go. Trying to see what's up here. Checking in at least. I'm just checking. I'm just taking a look, seeing what I can see. They've got Trump speaking at around 1 o'clock. But I'm just checking in. If anybody's got any updates from CPAC, let me know. But yeah, we're just kind of working our way through where we are right now. And we're basically waiting on President Trump to hit the stage. And just as soon as he does, we will live stream in on this and let people see it. I'm just checking in real fast. So anyway, so if you're stopping by and you just happen to be here, my name is Brian Tripp and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. Well, but see, I am not sure that CPAC closes out on Sunday. It was my understanding that it closes out today. And if that's the case, normally the president or a Republican president speaks as the very last speaker at CPAC. But because the South Carolina primary fell on the day that I think is the last day of CPAC, they moved up his speech so that he could give it in time to be down in South Carolina. So that's my understanding of it. No, and you could be right, Gypsy. You could be absolutely right. But it's my understanding. I thought that the last day of it was today, which is that's why Trump's speaking today. And like I said, normally he would be he'd be the very last speaker. Yeah, I agree with that. He ain't getting any argument from me. And I don't know about you all, but their website is just very confusing to me. And maybe it's just me, but I'm having trouble following what they're doing or where they're going. Anyway. But yeah, we've got a couple other stories we can get into while we're waiting. Today is day 3. No watch now 20 times. Wow. But anyway, a couple other stories we can get into while we're waiting for President Trump. So, in response to the death of Navalny in Russia, the government of the United States has handed down new sanctions on Russia. And I don't know if y'all have seen this yet or not, but this is possible too. That's possible too. This is from the New York Times. Let me see if I can enlarge it. Yeah, okay, I've got it pulled up. Biden announces sanctions on more than 500 Russian targets. A package of economic restrictions to be rolled out on Friday will be the largest since Russia invaded Ukraine 2 years ago. Article by Alan Rappaport. The Biden administration announced on Friday that the United States would impose sanctions on more than 500 targets in its response to Russia over the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny, the largest single package in a flurry of economic restrictions since the country's invasion of Ukraine 2 years ago. The new measures, which are set to be rolled out by the Treasury and State Departments on Friday morning, come after the White House signaled this week that it was preparing, quote, major penalties after the recent death of Mr. Navalny in Russian prison. it is not clear which sectors or individuals the Biden administration plans to target, a crucial variable in the sanctions' ultimate expensiveness and effectiveness. Quote, if Putin does not pay the price for his death and destruction, he will keep going, Mr. Biden said in a statement, and the cost to the United States, along with our NATO allies and partners in Europe and around the world, will rise. The president added that the sanctions were in response to Russia's ongoing war of conquest on Ukraine and for the death of Alexei Navalny, who was a courageous anti-corruption activist and Putin's fiercest opposition leader. They will include new measures targeting Russia's defense industrial base, its financial sector, and people connected to Mr. Navalny's imprisonment. And Dave, you beat me to it, but I want to bring this up. Now, there's a reason why Dave's saying this. And I want to show you something, okay? Now, keep in mind, we're about to, target significant amount of sanctions against Russia and certain economic partners with Russia, yada, yada, yada. Well, there's just one little problem with that. I want to take you to an article from Politico, and I think this one is really interesting. The West tried to crush Russia's economy. Why it hasn't worked. From the unenforced oil price cap to rogue countries teaming up, Moscow is exploiting the West's weakness. What? What, you say? What is all this? Article written by Nahal Tusi, Ari Hawkins, Cohen Verlest, Gabriel Gavin, and Kyle Dugan. We read the following. Oil income slashed, oligarch assets frozen, access to weapons choked. Russia has faced a historic slew of penalties from Washington, Brussels, and beyond since it launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine on February 24, 2022. The punishments, chiefly economic sanctions, were designed in large part to drain Russia's coffers so it would struggle to fund the war. And more pain has been promised as both the U.S. and EU unveiled new sanctions against Russia this week, some tied to the death of imprisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Yet 2 years on, Russia's economy has rebounded. Its factories are humming, its oil and gas sales are relatively strong, and its people are at work in a system retrofitted to be all about the war. Vladimir Putin, meanwhile, appears firmly in charge of the Kremlin, despite hopes that Russia's elite would turn on him as economic pressure grew. Now, here's where this gets real. This gets to the crucial question of why haven't the sanctions worked? Well, they asked that. The answer often comes down to two factors: political will and technical ability. Legal, financial, and even military resources are required to enforce the various punishments, whether that's fending off lawsuits from Russian citizens whose money is frozen or staffing inspectors at commercial ports. But the countries pursuing the campaign don't always have the same focus, finances, or rules, making enforcement lopsided across allies. Politics further complicates the equation. It's hard for one government to pressure another to stop buying Russian products if it needs the country's cooperation on other fronts. Washington doesn't want to strong-arm a potential partner against China like India. Brussels doesn't want to alienate Turkey in the Middle East. Quote, sanctions and other economic measures alone are not going to win this war, said Kim Donovan, an economic statecraft analyst with the Atlantic Council think tank in Washington. We need to manage our expectations of what these tools can accomplish in the short term. The limits of sanction-heavy campaign also call into question the West's larger project of containing Russia by non-military means. But the architects of the effort counsel patience, noting that the Russian economy has been badly damaged and arguing that the Kremlin is doing to sustain it will not work long term. The impact of some elements of the pressure campaign, such as export controls, could take years to fully gauge. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave said it better than anybody. The sanctions are a joke, and he's right. And this article from Politico is pointing out the obvious. They don't work. They never have. And they said it best. You need political cooperation and you need technical enforcement. Well, that's the problem. None of these are doing a thing to hurt the Russian economy. And there's, in part, one large reason for that. The Russian economy is not built like the U.S. economy. They have a very strong manufacturing base. Russia has very little debt vis-a-vis its GDP. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why these sanctions aren't working, yet the West keeps trying to apply them as though, if we keep trying to shove, a square peg into a round hole, sooner or later it's going to fit. It's not working. And to say that we're doing this over the death of Navalny, and good point. Good point. Does anybody really think that Joe Biden gives one rat's rear end about Navalny? Didn't care about him before he died in prison, or at least if he did, he didn't show it very much. Just saying. Just saying. So yeah, there are so many reasons why I'm opposed to the war in Ukraine. And I think what it gets down to for me is just, it's more of the same. More of the same. It's more technical stupidity on the part of American bureaucrats in trying to deal with some imaginary threat coming out of Russia. And it doesn't make a bit of difference. It really doesn't. It just boggles the mind. It really does. I do not understand why it is that this is even going on. I don't get it. I really don't get it. So we're just basically waiting around for President Trump to take the stage at CPAC. And they had it clocked in at 1, and now it may have been moved back to 1:30. So I'm trying to keep an eye on what's going on. Leanne, who's up on stage at this point? Or just somebody give me a heads up as to who's up on stage, if you wouldn't mind. Just checking in on who's up on stage for CPAC. And as we're waiting, if you're just stopping by, my name is Brian Tripp. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. We are keeping an eye on the stage at CPAC to see when it is Donald Trump will be arriving to give his remarks to the Conservative Political Action Committee's annual conference.
Too.
Anywho, sorry about this, folks, but tell you what, I don't mind at all covering, the former president, but it gets kind of tough to do. And I get it. There's reasons why someone doesn't arrive exactly when they're supposed to, but makes it tough on content creators that are trying to gauge, when they should and should not start a live stream. Sorry, I'm complaining to myself here for a little bit. Anywho, one more story, and I will put this one up here, and this is under the section known as Hodgepodge Stew. Did you guys see this in Axios? Check this out. Still waiting. Well, I don't want to. Well, I'm sort of hoping, not that I need to go to the bathroom, but now that you mention it, not that I need to go to the bathroom per se, but I'm kind of waiting till he takes the stage, and then I can go do that. I don't really want to just leave like an open mic or whatever. It just I just find that to be distasteful as a live streamer, but that's just me. Anyway, you guys seen this story from Axios? Now, I bring this up because I find it funny. And I find it funny because it seems like the mainstream media is just now catching up to what we have all known about for maybe 2 years. Hang on, I'm going to take a bite. No, don't worry, Gypsy. I'm not going to do that. No. I would never do such a thing. Anyway, I bring up this story from Axios because it seems like the media is just now catching up to what we, the supposedly uninformed masses, have known for 2 years. Check out this story. From Hans Nicholas, Biden's cheat sheets at fundraisers worry donors. Ya think? President Biden has been using note cards in closed-door fundraisers. Now listen to this. Calling on pre-screened donors and then consulting his notes to provide detailed answers according to people familiar with the routine. Why it matters. Biden's reliance on note cards to help explain his own policy positions on questions he knows are coming is raising concerns among some donors about Biden's age. The president is 81, but he claims to feel younger. Oh boy. The staged Q&A sessions have left some donors wondering whether Biden can withstand the rigors of a presidential campaign, let alone potential debates with former President Trump at age 77. Biden's advisors say the president is given note cards only for very detailed and technical questions and say he frequently does spontaneous Q&As. Most recent presidents, Trump, George Herbert Walker Bush, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama, have carried crib notes or used teleprompters to guide them through various public events and meetings. In Biden's case, the donors have noticed that he's also using note cards in private events. Biden's campaign dismissed such concerns. Quote, in news that matters to the American people when it comes to the 2024 election today, 3 IVF clinics in Alabama ceased operations out of fear of criminal prosecution by the state, all at the feet of Donald Trump. Biden campaign spokesperson Kevin Muniz said, referring to Alabama court's ruling that frozen embryos are children, the latest decision to follow the Supreme Court's rejection of abortion rights. Biden's note cards are partly the result of a detail-oriented staff that wants to ensure his fundraisers are successful. They have been. Biden's robust fundraising schedule has given his campaign and the DNC a colossal cash advantage over Republicans with less than 9 months to go. As a senator for 36 years, then vice president for 8, Biden expects to be prepped by his staff for nearly every meeting on his schedule. In those briefings, Biden is demanding, difficult to please, and frequently profane. Well, he's profane for a lot of reasons, but not just because of that. Some impromptu Q&A sessions, certain donors have been impressed. He's always been an extemporaneous speaker, and he spoke off the cuff, not scripted at all, said Fred C. Hochberg, a donor who attended a fundraiser in Manhattan earlier this month. I asked him about immigration at the border. He talked about what's going on. Now, I bring up this story. I bring up this story for a very simple reason. It has been noted for going on at least 2, maybe 2.5 years now, that Biden is frequently doing this. he would keep, a matter of fact, you've seen pictures of it at various public events, maybe even with world leaders. He's got, notes on cards, which, okay, fine. I got no problem with that. However, he's doing it more and more frequently and has been doing it more and more frequently for 2.5 years. And now, all of a sudden, the press seems to get, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. This is just horrible. This is awful. Well, I have a question, or I have several questions, okay? Why is the press just now bringing this up? Well, because the story's a little different, Front Porch, you see. He's now doing this with donors. Okay. So let's take that for a moment and talk about it. How long has he been doing this with donors? Why is he having to do it? And why is the press, and I'll go back to my original question, why is the press just now paying attention to this? I ask you, why? Could it be that there is a continued concerted effort to try to put pressure on Joe Biden to get him out of the presidency? Oh, come on. This is just a story about an older gentleman trying to be prepared for meetings, and he's using every advantage he can, including note cards that have crib notes on it. Okay. All right. Yeah, he's an older gentleman. Yes, he's trying to be prepared for meetings. Yes, he's using crib notes. But there's one thing you didn't say in your sentence. He's an older gentleman using crib notes to be prepared for a meeting who is president of the United States. Okay. Not to hold up any signs to represent any candidate. Gypsy is probably right about Matt and Trump. Pinball Wizard is playing. Okay. Okay. But going back to this story about the note cards, and I'm sorry if this seems like if this almost has a Columbo feel like to it. Just one more thing there, ma'am. But I find it fascinating. I really do. I find it fascinating that the press is just all of a sudden just seems like they're just now catching on to the fact that this guy is doing this. I mean, why? Why all of a sudden now? That's my question. Okay. Why? Again, I go back to this. Ever since, it was probably, I don't know, maybe 2022. It was just after the New York Times and the Washington Post dropped their stories about the Hunter Biden laptop being true. That to me was the signal the press is done with him. And I'll make a further point, and you guys probably already realize this, right? You're seeing more and more stories like this about Joe Biden all the time. All the time. Everywhere you turn, there's stories about his age. There's stories about his mental agility. I mean, the pictures, the images of him when he's walking to and from Marine One or walking anywhere. He's stiff. He looks tired. I'm telling you, there is a concerted move afoot among the press that they want they want Biden gone. Don't get me wrong. They don't want Trump. Not by any means. But they're realizing hey man, if this Biden guy stays in, we're going to get clocked in November. They're trying to get him to pressure him out. And I'd say this story in Axios is just one more effort in that regard. I really do. The press wants Joe Biden out. They're too scared of what happens if Trump comes back in. And they're not going to let anything like that happen if they've got anything to say about it. And believe me, the press is always trying to say something about it. So yeah, that's where we be. So it is 1:15. My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. Oh, you know what? You know what, Gypsy? Give me 1 second, and I will get that pulled up. This is probably one of the, I don't know if you call it sad. If you call it sad or you call it, yeah, here it is. Here it is. Let me get this. Okay. You guys seen this? This is a recent visit that Biden made out in California. Now check this out. Okay, I didn't realize there was going to be some humorous music in that, so not that I'm really apologizing for it. I just find it funny. Oh yeah, we'll play that one too. There was a great somebody put together. Oh, wait a minute, hang on a minute. I'm not so sure I can do this. No, yeah, I can. I'll figure it out. Yeah, have you guys seen this one? This was great. Check this out. Same clip, but watch this. Yep, they're heading for visiting and oh God. That's awful. Funny, but awful. Oh goodness. That's just ridiculous. So, well, you know, since we're sort of waiting, and now I got to do it. Now I got to do it. Yeah, that edit is amazing. I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. That was pathetic. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Hang on, I gotta check this out. No, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. I'll probably get copyright struck on this. But yeah. Let me do this. Here we go. Y'all heard about you guys heard about the Hillary and Chelsea car ride? Check this out. Yeah. Fun. So yeah, we're just basically waiting on Trump to take the stage at CPAC. So and if anybody's got an update or they're hearing anything, so there's like 10 minutes to go. Sorry about this, folks. Oh yeah, yeah. I've heard it. I've heard it different places. I've heard it will absolutely blow your eardrums out. Yeah, yeah. I just kept the volume down. I just kept the volume down. I'm just not. YouTube has been like after me for various reasons, so it's not Lee Greenwood. Okay, okay, okay. Thank Leanne, I appreciate you keeping me updated. I really don't. Like I said, I'm trying to keep an eye on it and do stuff. So the assistance you're giving me on this, I genuinely appreciate it. I really do. So we're just waiting for President Trump to take the stage, and I'm really hoping it doesn't take nearly as long as it did the other night. Just saying, because it's about 1:20 in the afternoon. So what's on your guys' mind? What do y'all want to talk about? I mean, I could probably pull up a few more stories, but you know, what's on your guys' mind? What have you heard about these days you want to get into? So I'll give you a second to drop a little something in the chat after you've hit the like button, of course. Oh, Gemini AI. Oh goodness. Okay. All right. While we're waiting, I haven't really delved into this probably as deeply as I need to. But this whole Gemini, from what I have heard about this, am I doing yeah, I'll be doing Super Tuesday. Absolutely I will. And that one's probably going to stretch into the night because you got polling places in California, you got 16 different states. So yeah, I will be doing a Super Tuesday coverage. Absolutely. So yes, we're definitely going to be doing that. Yep, March 5th. That's right. That is right. And oh, well, we're close enough now that I could probably get away with telling you guys. As I said, we're gonna do coverage on March the 5th. And I have a special guest for chatting on the porch the next day on Wednesday, March the 6th. A very special guest who is probably one of my absolutely favorite people coming or going. Should I drop the name? Would you guys be interested in knowing who it is? My guest for chatting on the porch on March the 6th, the day after Super Tuesday. Anybody out there interested in finding out? Just curious. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited about this. Does the name Chrissy Mayer mean anything to you guys? Chrissy Mayer, stand-up comedian, podcaster, live streamer, and just always cool people, has agreed to come on for a conversation the day after Super Tuesday. We're going to do it at 4:00 in the afternoon. Yeah. If you have never heard this young lady either do stand up or talk about issues that are going on, I highly recommend her too. She's probably one of the coolest people. Walking God's earth, and just funny, and just she's good people. She's really good people. I've known about. We've had this scheduled now since the beginning of February, and I'll reconfirm here in a few days with her. But God willing, barring something happening that I don't know about yet, she's going to be on the channel March 6th, Wednesday at 4:00 in the afternoon for a live conversation. It's going to run just a little over an hour because she's got a life and I've got a life. Well, she's got a life anyway. But yeah, thank you. It's a very, yeah, she is. she's just good people, and I really cannot wait to sit down for a conversation with her. And I've got, and thinking about it, I've got the worst problem that any individual could have as an interviewer. And it's this. What do you ask someone like Chrissy Mayer that she has not been asked by 1,000,001 people already? Now, I understand it's not a competition. We're having she's not, to answer your question, Gypsy, she's not that far away. It'll probably be, and I'll ask her that. It'll probably be, I think the projection that I heard was early April. If unless something's changed and I don't know about it, but the last I heard, it'll be sometime in April when she has the baby. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Ugh, excuse me. Whew. See, I'm already getting nervous for this interview. I'm sweating like a hooker in church. So yeah, we're just we're waiting on President Trump to take the stage at CPAC, and just as soon as we do, I'll let you know. Oh, well, I've got to get her back on here. I've got to get. Oh, by the way, by the by, since we've got some time and we're waiting here, is there anybody you guys would recommend that you would like to see me interview, or you think would be a good get if I can get them to come on the channel? I got some ideas. I've reached out to some people. But yeah, I've got to get Robin back on sometime in the near future. I did know that, Gypsy, and yeah, Gothics was a great interview. Melanie would be awesome. Okay, time to start jotting down the list. Eric Hunley. Eric would be a great interview. Dr. Lee Merritt. Okay. Hang on, I'm just jotting down some names here. Dom Lucour. Oh Lord, y'all are very ambitious for me. Steve Baker. Okay. Deb Philman. Okay, check that out. All right. Okay, please do. I'd like to see it. Oh. Okay. Eric Hunley has a new channel dedicated to new creators and how to grow your channel. I'll take all the help I can get. I will. Oh, goodness. And I'm sorry for the delay on this, folks. I really am, but it's like, ugh. And I know I've got Leanne on the ramparts, checking in just to make sure what's going on. But Eric, yeah, that'd be a cool live stream. That really would. Oh, I am not even in the same stratosphere. I just little old live streamer. That's all I am. If I had Vivek, first of all, if I had Vivek Ramaswamy on my channel, I'm not even sure I'd know what to say. That I'd be like, it'd really be awful. Just plain awful. But that would be cool. Okay, so they're playing Fats Domino at the CPAC. All right. I need to catch up with her. I really do. I need to catch up with her. She's been doing some interesting work recently, and I gotta find out what she's up to these days. Pink Book Lessons. Pink book. I am not sure what that is. But I'm jotting it down. If you happen to be stopping by and you're wondering, why is this man who's doing a live stream not saying anything? Well, it's not that I'm not saying anything as much as I'm waiting on somebody. I'm waiting on Donald Trump to take the stage at CPAC. And it's like, come on, anytime. So, yeah, if I had Vivek on here, I'd probably have... Who's a lefty? Yes, I am a left-handed person. Yes, I am. Epic. Yeah, Epic. You know what? He would be. I need to check him. I need to ask him about that epic verse anyway. Another good one to have on. He just had a birthday recently, didn't he? Epic Mike just had a birthday, I think. So, well, it's 1:30. Let's see if we can check in on what's going on. Oh, good Lord. Now they're pushing this back to 145. That would be, I'd love to have a conversation with him. I really would. He is an interesting character. They're playing Sinead O'Connor. Oh my God. These people are killing me. Just killing me. Anywho. Nothing compares to you. Okay. Sorry about this, folks. I tell you what. And if anybody's got a good suggestion on how to solve this problem, let me know. Because, like I say, I mean, anytime that I can live stream, President Trump, I'll always try to do it. But man, it's making y'all wait around all this time. It just kills me. I know I owe you for this, among many other niceties you've done for me, young lady. I know. You can always turn down the volume on Sinead O'Connor. Trust me. No, okay, they are playing some good music. Yeah. Oh, that 3-hour live stream. That 3-hour live stream about I could, but I hate doing that to you guys. I hate dead air. I just hate the idea of sitting here and nothing happening. Because frankly, I mean, what's the point of you coming here? You can stare at your walls and have dead air. I just hate doing that to people. And trust me, I really have no problem talking. But yeah, we're just basically waiting for President Trump to take the stage at CPAC. That's all. Open the live stream and take a break. I could do that. I just, like I say, I hate doing that to you guys. I think well, there you go. I think one of the things I think I'm going to have to do. Yeah, that's about the truth. That is the truth. We are watching paint dry. I think what I'm going to need to do is whenever I find out that Trump is going to be like on Fox or CNN or someplace like that, live stream that, because then I know he's got to be there at that moment. For example, Laura Ingraham, if I didn't have an interview already scheduled with or be on Mike Harlow's channel, I would have live streamed that. But that's what I'm talking about. He has to be somewhere at a certain time because the advertisers are like, yeah, he's coming on, this person's show at 9:00. That might be a better way for me to solve the problem. But see, yeah, we're just basically waiting around. And again, my apologies to y'all folks. I mean, again, I can't control it, but on the other hand, it's just like, I'd like to really be able to give you guys, what's promised. Yeah, that's sad, but probably true. So, anywho, so yeah, any suggestions for guests or idea topics or whatever, I will be happy to take them on and see what I can do. But yeah, there's some folks here I hadn't quite thought about that I definitely got to check into. But next week we are having a guest. All right. Listen, Weisenheimer. Listen. Hopefully you've got your earbuds in and you're not, glued to your computer, unlike yours truly, by the way. So there you go. Yeah, your husband's going to come and be like, honey, what are you doing today? Well, I've been sitting here at the computer waiting for Front Porch to have Donald Trump on. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, did you get the laundry done? No. Did you get the floors mopped? No. Did you? So I'm going to get blamed by your husband for what you're not getting done at the house. You do realize this, of course, right? I'm going to have your army husband just giving me all kinds of grief over the fact that I'm consolidating your time, Leanne. This is not good. This is not a good thing for me, by the way. I do not need an officer of the army. We don't. I do know this. I know that there's going to be a hearing on Monday where Nathan Wade's former law partner is going to be talking in front of the judge, and the judge has ordered a hearing for March 1st. So I do know that. But as far as when we're going to have a ruling on this, no, I have not heard anything yet. I have not heard anything yet about when a ruling is coming back on whether or not Drama Mama and Loverboy will or will not be disqualified from this case that they're bringing against Trump and the other defendants. The veteran biker. That's interesting. I am doing wedding stuff for my son's rehearsal dinner, so seating charts and stuff that I have not wanted to do. Well, there you go. Here's a good question while we're waiting. Let me jot down a note real fast. The veteran biker. Okay. Good question. What about Jack Smith? Well, I think we're waiting on a couple things to answer your question specifically. From what I understand, with regard to the two cases that Jack Smith has got filed, one in Miami and the other in Washington, D.C., in the Miami case, the last I heard was that Trump's lawyers on Friday filed a whole series of motions on the ground and with Judge Cannon down in Miami. And one of them was the case ought to be dismissed outright due to presidential immunity. And I think what is happening is that's being done in regard to the DC case, because the DC case could absolutely fall apart for two different reasons. One, if the Supreme Court rules that the president has immunity, half of the charges that Jack Smith has brought in DC could fall apart, and the other two could fall apart depending on how the court rules on this case of the January 6er that's being charged under 1812B. So, yeah, that's what I think they're waiting on. I think they're waiting on motions and they're waiting on motions and rulings more than anything else. When does the Supreme Court rule on Trump? Are you talking about the Colorado ballot case? No idea. No idea at all. So, that's a real good question, Dave. If Trump wins, how long before he lets if you're asking me when I think he should do it or when he's going to do it, I think if he wins in November, the second that his hand is taken off the Bible, just sign an executive order, release them all. Provided that they're not been, most of them, let's put it that way. When do I think he'll do it? Probably a couple of months into his presidency. But that's just me. I could be dead wrong about that. So, yeah, day one. It would not hurt my feelings in the slightest, y'all. Not in the slightest. Yep, I agree with you totally. Day one, that's when you put him out. Put him out. So we're just waiting for President Trump to take the stage at CPAC. Random question number 2. What are you drinking? Just like a good Southerner should, sweet tea. And do you know, there are places in America that do not serve pre-sweetened tea? Years ago, I got the biggest shock to my system. I went out to the Midwest to visit a friend of mine. And oh, it wasn't any good when Elvis did it. Yeah, years ago, I went out to the Midwest to visit a friend of mine, and they had, I ordered sweet tea. They brought me the tea. I took a sip of it. I almost did a Danny Kaye and spit it out of my mouth. Not Danny Kaye, but Danny Thomas. I couldn't believe it. I was like, "Where's the sugar?" They're like, "What's there on the table? Put it in the tea." I'm like, "Why didn't you bring Why didn't you bring me the tea with the sugar already in it?" "Well, we don't do it like that here." And I went, "Oh my God." After the waitress left, I very quietly said to my breath, "You howling barbarian." So they don't pre-sweeten tea in Michigan either, huh? Oh my goodness. It must just be a Southern thing. It must just be a Southern thing. Oh yeah, it's definitely a shock to the system when you order tea and it's not pre-sweetened. Just saying. That is absolutely true. So Leanne, are they still playing Suspicious Minds by Elvis on stage, or what's going on there? Well, where I come from, it's called soda pop. Although some people will, and a lot of people just say pop. And that is true too. It depends on the restaurant in Ohio. Hello, Robert. Thank you for hanging out with us. We're just, yeah. Tell them, girl. Tell them. Tell them. Tell them, girl. Let them have it, girl. So it is one. Yep, they're still playing Elvis or whoever this. Oh goodness. Leanne, yeah, I guess I am making you suffer on this point. So, oh gosh. I'm saying, oh gosh, because every time I look at C-SPAN, they keep saying, they keep moving it back 15 minutes. I'm like, oh, for the love of God, come on, people. I have heard of Verner's, but I don't know that I've ever had it before. I've never had Verner's before. At least if I have, it's been forever. So I could not remember. At least I don't remember having it, but if I have, it's been for years. So yeah, Z Highness, I get you, darling. I get you. Yeah, agreed. Anyway, if you are joining us, we are waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage at CPAC, whenever that might be. It was supposed to have been around noon, and then it got pushed back to 1, and then 1:15, then 1:30, then 1:45, and now it may be 2:00. So we're keeping this live stream going. Let's see, now that's something that I always enjoy, is good barbecue. Oh, biscuits and gravy. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He got me some real Southern barbecue, and my favorite meal of all time, biscuits and gravy, sweet tea, grits, collard greens. Just don't speak. Well, okay, I can respect that. But yeah, biscuits and gravy. If you have a spouse or a significant other in your life, and they know how to make biscuits and gravy in such a way that you could just sit there and break off the biscuit, run it through the gravy, and put it in your mouth, you got somebody that knows how to cook. You really do. So no, now that would be funny. That would absolutely be funny. Send that to me. If you can find that real fast, shoot it to me on Twitter, and we'll throw it up here while we're waiting. So yeah, absolutely send it to me. Oh, she'd be a real good one. She'd be a good one. And I've had the pleasure of meeting Lila. She is a doll baby. Absolute doll baby. Let's see. Sorry, folks. I'm a little bit distracted right now. I'm just checking on some stuff. Just checking on some stuff. We're basically just waiting for President Trump to take the stage at CPAC, and Leanne is like having childhood flashbacks due to all the wonderful music she's getting to listen to while she's keeping an eye on everything for me. So yeah, we've got that going for us, which is good. And I am trying to get back to the page on CPAC telling me where they are and what's going on. Yeah, the front porch karaoke. There you go. There you go. Sorry about this, folks. I'm just trying to CPAC, nothing going on yet. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on everything and see what we got here. So okay, all right. Let me pop back out to Twitter. Now we're just basically killing a little bit of time here. Okay, here we go. And I know Leanne's holding down the fort for me. All right. Here is a video.
Today, we're going to be trying.
Okay. While we're waiting, and thank you guys so much for your patience, Gypsy sent me something, and this is called British high schoolers try biscuits and gravy. So let's just see what this is all about, okay? Here we go.
Today, we're going to be trying.
Dentists don't like cake.
What is this?
What do you think it is? A scone.
They're not scones.
They look exactly like scones.
It's an American
Biscuit.
Biscuit.
Nailed it. They're not. Biscuits are so weird.
What do you guys think of when you think of a biscuit?
Crunchy. English biscuits are quite like thin.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So what are you holding right now?
A biscuit. That is a scone. It's a biscuit. Whoa. It's so soft.
It looks fluffy.
Just like bread.
You halved it like a scone.
I don't know how this can be a biscuit.
Wow, that's really good.
It's good.
Americans are lucky. Americans are lucky.
It's like sweet bread, basically. That fresh loaf of bread.
You looked surprised, Imran. Was it not what you were expecting?
Not at all.
What were you expecting?
I don't know, something like with a filling inside, probably.
Like a donut?
Yeah.
How does it compare to a scone?
Much better. I'm abandoning my country, saying these are better than scones.
No, that's nice. I like that. 6 out of 10.
Okay.
A solid 6.
I mean, considering in America, you'd almost never just have that by itself. You'd almost always pair it with something.
Oh yeah, I've heard of this. Yeah. Gravy. Yeah.
Gravy.
What?
Why?
I like that. What?
How do they eat scones and gravy?
Now, it's a bit different than the gravy you might know.
White.
That's not gravy.
That is not gravy.
What is that?
That is not gravy, I'm sorry.
It looks like it has so many vegetables in it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's lumpy.
Oh, lovely.
It's lumpy. You have to eat all of it.
You don't have to.
Let's call it interesting. Let's call it interesting for now. I'm not gonna make a judgment.
Oh my days.
Let's call it interesting.
That looks rank. Looks like a chopped up ferret.
The thing is like gravy.
A chopped up ferret.
It does though. Like a little bit.
Chopped up ferret.
A little bit.
Oh my. It looks like vomit. I can't lie.
It looks like vomit to the
Okay.
Gravy in England doesn't look like this. Quite runny normally, and it's not as thick as this, and it doesn't have like tons of bits in it.
Well, dig in.
Let's see what you think.
I'm so scared to try this.
Why are you scared?
Well, scones and gravy seems really weird. Oh my god, that's so good.
Yes, you pretentious little British fop.
Wow. That is good. There's a lot going on in that. Like, I'm baffled. Like, what even is this?
Okay. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
It's quite nice.
It's not too bad. It looks and smells rank, but it actually doesn't taste too
It
bad.
looks worse than it is. It looks worse, yeah.
I think I like it, but I wouldn't say it's gravy.
So Americans would call that sausage gravy.
Oh, well, I like it. I love sausages.
I think it tastes good with the biscuit and gravy. If I just have the gravy by itself, it would just taste a bit nasty.
Then you wouldn't drink gravy by itself in England either.
I would.
Oh, really? So you're a fan of British gravy. What do you think about American sausage gravy?
This might be better. It makes the scones a lot better. I mean, the biscuit.
So what do you think about the combination?
It's amazing. Makes the biscuit go from a 0 to a 10.
Wow.
They somehow go well together. It seems so weird. Can I have a bit more?
You can, yeah, how was yours?
It's not presented as nicely as I would have hoped.
You know what made this 10 times better? Jam.
You want biscuits and jam.
You know, like that double cream or something.
You're just describing scones.
Sweet things. You just want a cream and jam on it. That's literally a scone.
cup of tea as well?
I don't mind the taste. For me, it's the wording of everything as well.
Yeah.
It's not gravy and it's not a biscuit. If it was called cake with sauce, it would make more sense. Again, that doesn't sound very nice either.
No. It probably sounds like an American hearing beans on toast for the first time.
Toad in the hole.
Bangers and mash.
Yeah.
Spotted dick.
That's a dick. Yeah.
Always wanted to say that in school to my headmaster.
Correct.
I think this would be exactly the sort of thing that would be for Americans like beans on toast. They wouldn't think of those two things together.
I would say this is better than beans on toast.
Someone call the police.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go that
No,
far.
okay, no, wait. This has like a lot of flavour to it. Beans just have one flavour. Like, come on, it's not that special.
Once you get over the visual, you're like, oh, this is actually really good. It's salty.
It's warming, comforting.
There's a kind of weird buttery scone in the middle.
You guys are really good salesmen.
Although that's a very classic pairing. In the South, you'll often have it with Southern fried chicken.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I love my chicken.
You can dip some in the gravy and see what it's like together.
It's going to be lovely. Absolutely amazing. It's just violating the chicken. I want to taste the chicken, man.
That's great. That's right, isn't it?
Oh, wow, so it actually makes me happy. I'll go. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Oh my god. The biscuits and the gravy on its own, not amazing combo, but the chicken is good with the gravy and the biscuit.
This is good. Why do they make this? No, this is so good. This is actually so good. That is lovely. It's one of the best things I've had with chicken in my life.
Really?
So okay. Big bit of gravy on the chicken. Absolutely lovely.
I don't know how it works. Gravy, sausage, a fake scone, and chicken. And it somehow all works. They're so good.
What do you normally have a biscuit in the UK with?
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea. In the South, they've also developed their own culture for biscuits and tea.
They put gravy in the tea now.
No. You don't have tea with gravy. It's Southern tea.
First thoughts, I thought it was Coke.
Looks like a Coke, doesn't it?
Why is it called if it's tea?
I'm very reluctant.
Is this your first ever iced tea?
Yeah, I know, right? We haven't experienced life yet.
Let's do cheers. That's nice. That's proper nice. Yeah. This one.
Yeah.
This is the winner.
Yeah,
This is better
all
with
right.
them.
Iced tea, so good. Oh my days.
Really sweet. I really like it.
You know what? I think that's better than hot tea.
Wow.
If I gave this to like my mum and dad, if they didn't like this more, we would have problems.
Oh, wow.
You hear that, Theo's parents?
Okay.
Oh, that's so good. It's more sugary than Coke, but I think it's a lot better.
You're finishing that already.
It's quite nice.
It's quite
nice. There's a lot of sugar.
A lot of sugar.
By the end of this, I'm going to be bouncing off the walls.
Do you have any more of this?
Yeah.
You want more tea? Your teachers are not going to like us later today. How does that compare to the tea and biscuits that you know?
Uncomparable. It's like comparing a Ferrari with a Ford.
Which one's the Ferrari? Really? Wow.
The presentation of it is definitely not to the English standards, but tastes great. It's so good. Everything works. When I saw this, I think it was going to be quite bad, but after trying it, it was a lot better than it looks.
The gravy surprised me. When it came out, it was like white, chunky. It does not look nice, but like when you taste it, it's amazing. It's been a life-changing experience.
Oh, wow.
I think I could probably finish 2 of these while he finishes that.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have a final word for anyone at home who's watching?
Bring your fake scones and sausage gravy to England. Your food is weird and nice.
Coming from a country where we made beans on toast.
But that works. Beans on toast is good, yeah. And it doesn't seem weird either.
That was hysterical. That was absolutely hysterical. Gypsy, thank you for this. That was just nothing short of amazing. So that it's proper nice. It's oh my God. You gotta love it. You have got to love it. Now, okay, here we go, folks. Okay, yeah, they're playing the Lee Greenwood. So, all right, hang on. Folks, send out messages, send out tweets, send out Gettr, send out Gabs, and let's get as many people in here as we can. Let's rock the house. If you're just joining us, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. We are live streaming coverage of President Trump's comments at CPAC live this Saturday, 24th of February. And we're just basically waiting for him to take the stage and hit the microphone, and we'll go from there. This is on the same day as the South Carolina primary, which, by the way, we are doing coverage of that at 6:30 Eastern tonight. So just basically waiting for the president to take to the microphone. And right now they're doing the intro music. That's why you're not hearing anything. I'm just trying to keep me out of trouble with YouTube. But thanks all you guys for being here for this. We're going to send out word here in just a moment. So send out your tweets, send out your Gettr, send out your Facebook posts, etc., and tell people to come on in, and we will live stream coverage of this. And we're just basically waiting for the president to hit the microphone. And he looks like he's walking down the dais now and heading for the podium. And let's see where we're at here. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. That's a great honor. They have rooms packed outside of this hall. If anybody would like to give up their space, let other people come in, please let us know. We'll take care of it. It's a tremendous celebration. Thank you very much. And hello to CPAC. We've been coming here a long time, and it's gotten bigger and better and more beautiful. And thank you very much. It's a big election going on today. You probably have read a little bit about it. And I'm supposed to be in a slightly different location, not too far away, but nevertheless, it's different. And I said, no, I'm sorry. I have to be at CPAC today. I have to be there. And I want to thank Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, 2 great people, along with the entire staff. Thank you very much, Mercedes. Thanks, Matt. The entire staff of the American Conservative Union. That's what it is. It's a conservative union. It's also a union of common sense. I've been saying it more and more. You know, conservative, it's common sense. And I don't know, maybe we'll have to put that, Matt, on the bottom of that. A group of people with common sense to save our country and make America great again. It's pretty simple, isn't it? Huh? We have a tremendous group of dignitaries, leaders, world leaders, and local leaders, but we have
from all over the world, people with us right now at this moment in the room. And just mention a few. President of Argentina, who's gotten a lot of publicity. He's gotten a lot. He's a great gentleman. You know, he's MAGA. He's MAGA. Make Argentina great again. It's true. No, and he said, I am MAGA. And then I realized he's one of the few can really do it well. Make Argentina great again. Javier Milei. Thank you very much, Javier. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have him with us. Senator J.D. Vance. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, J.D. Congressman Corey Mills. Thank you. A very powerful competitor of mine. He is a quick one. He's a smart one. Vivek, where's Vivek Ramaswamy? Thank you. He endorsed me. When he endorsed me, I said, that's a great endorsement. Thank you, Vivek. Former senator and somebody that's been very nice to me over the years. I don't know why, but he has. Rick Santorum. Thank you, Rick. Where is Rick? Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Former acting attorney general, somebody that's been very loyal to the administration and to his country, Matt Whitaker. Thank you. Matt, thank you very much. The former chair of my Council of Economic Advisors, Kevin Hassett, with a nice smile, always has that beautiful smile. Somebody that very shortly will be a United States Senator, Carrie Lake. Where is Carrie Lake? Where is Carrie Lake? Wow, that's a pretty good hand you just got, Carrie, I'll tell you. Well, she was very close to being governor, but unfortunately, a lot of the voting machines just didn't work. They weren't working that particular day. The lines were miles long. They weren't working too well that day, Carrie, but it's one of those things. And then the judges said, well, not our fault. We better straighten out our elections pretty fast because otherwise we're not going to have a country any longer. That's true. Thank you, Carrie, very much. U.S. Senate candidate from Virginia, Hung Cao. Whoa, he's got support. He's got some support. Wow. Wow. A man who is tough and smart and loves our country. He's the head of America First Legal. He's won a lot of cases, I can tell you, and he's a real guy. He's a real patriot. Stephen Miller, my friend. Stephen Miller. He's around here someplace. There's a lot of people in this room. Thank you, Stephen. President of the Vox Party in Spain, Santiago Abascal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Santiago. Great to meet you. They've made a lot of progress, too. He'll be number 2 and number 1 very shortly, it seems like. That's what I'm reading. Let's see if, a lot of it's fake news, so we can't go by everything. But that's what I'm hearing. Federal deputy from Brazil, Eduardo Bolsonaro. Eduardo, wherever you are. North Carolina GOP chair, and I think he'll be probably going to a national position very shortly, Michael Whatley, fantastic guy. And we all know and love a man who great bravery in the administration, really a brave person. He went through hell and back, and he beat everybody. He just beat them along the way. Rick Grinnell. Thank you, Rick. The president of Moms for America, Kimberly Fletchner. That's a good group. They just gave me their award. Thank you for that wonderful award. How about Moms for America picked Donald Trump as the man of the year? Can you believe this? Have I made progress? Ah, boy. And a man, the single greatest advertiser and purchaser of advertising in the history of America, Mike Lindell. The greatest. An incredible lawyer, one of the most respected lawyers in the country, John Cole. John, thank you. Thank you, John. And Stephen Moore, we all know he's got great predictions if Trump wins. If Trump doesn't win, he says it's going to go bad. It's going to go bad fast. Stephen Moore, highly, highly respected economist. Thank you, Stephen. And a man who I've had respect for certainly a long time. I won't tell you how long, too long. But somebody that I've listened to over the years, even when he was on CNN. That's when people used to watch CNN a lot. He always had the #1 show. He's an incredible, they start booing. I agree with you. But he's an incredible guy, an incredible mind that loves our country, and he fights like hell for our country. The great Lou Dobbs. Where's Lou? Thank you, Lou. You look good, Lou. And we have Tom Fitton. We have so many people. Tom Fitton. Where's Tom Fitton? Stand up, Tom Fitton. Stand up, Steve Bannon. Where's Steve Bannon? Where's Steve? Where is Steve? Stand up, Bannon. Where the hell is Bannon? Oh, he still looks good? Tom always looks good. I don't know. I think he does that weightlifting stuff, Tom, right? But Bannon looks good. We love Steve. We love them all. We love them all. We have so many others in the audience, and I want to say hello, but we have to get down to business because I want to win the award as the best, whatever the hell they call it, the best speaker, I think they say. Who made the best speech? And if I keep introducing people, I'm not going to win it this year. I've won it like 9 years in a row, right? I got to get going. So thank you, everybody, for being here. We appreciate it very much. We appreciate it very much. Gorka, did I see the Gorka man? Yes, stand up, Gorka. Quick, get up. How good is he? Sebastian? Seb. They call him Seb. I call him Sebastian. Thank you, Sebastian. I just spotted you. It's lucky you're nice and tall. 4 years ago, I told you that if crooked Joe Biden got to the White House, our borders would be abolished. Our middle class would be decimated and our communities would be plagued by bloodshed, chaos, and violent crime. We were right about everything. So believe me when I offer you another warning, and we've been right about so much, just about everything. If crooked Joe Biden and his thugs win in 2024, the worst is yet to come. Our country will go and sink to levels that were unimaginable. And just think about it. With 4 more years of Biden, the hordes of illegal aliens stampeding across our borders will exceed 40 to 50 million people. Medicare, Social Security, healthcare, and public education will buckle and collapse. It will collapse as sure as you're sitting or standing there. It will collapse. Our economy will be starved of energy by crooked Joe's vindictive Green New Scam. It's a Green New Scam. It'll be the destruction of our country. It is indeed a scam, and most of them know it. Some of them, the fools, believe it, but most of them know it. Millions of manufacturing jobs will be choked off into extinction, and you'll have constant blockouts and blackouts and rampant inflation. Ruthless gangs will explode even more into the suburbs. And when they talk about suburban women, they're going to love me so much. They're going to say, oh, I wish we had that guy back. The gangs will be invading your territory, I can tell you that. While weaponized law enforcement hunts for conservatives and people of faith, religious, Hamas and Antifa will terrorize our streets while their brutal ideology, and it is brutal indeed, it is brutal and horrible like nobody's ever seen before, takes over our schools. China will dominate us, not just economically, but militarily, and that's what they want, and that's where they're heading, but they weren't heading there with me. I took over $400 billion out of China, and they weren't too happy about it. And then all of a sudden, we had the China virus. Now, I happen to think it was incompetence, but a lot of people disagree with that. And a declining crooked Joe Biden. He's the crookedest, most incompetent president in the history of our country. We'll soon have us losing World War III. We won't even be in World War III. We'll be losing World War III with weapons the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. These are the stakes of this election. Our country is being destroyed, and the only thing standing between you and its obliteration is me. It's true. It's true. Viktor Orban was somebody I respect greatly. A lot of people respect him. Tough guy, smart guy. He made the statement recently. He said, you bring back Trump, it'll all stop. They all listened to Trump. They respected Trump. He actually said it stronger than he said they were afraid of Trump. I don't want people to be afraid of me. But he said China was afraid, Russia was afraid. They were all afraid of Trump. Bring him back and it'll all go back. And I will tell you, we had things at a level that nobody's ever seen before. We had no wars. We had defeated ISIS. We got rid of the worst terrorists in the world. You know that. And solely defeated, we took 100% of ISIS gone. And then we had no wars for 4 years. We had no wars. First time in 72 years that happened. No wars. Hillary Clinton, during one of our debates, if you remember that, she said, look at him, listen to him. He's going to cause wars. We'll be in wars. No. It turned out that I was able to stop wars from happening and brought our troops back home. We got out of these ridiculous, endless wars, killing people on both sides, costing trillions of dollars. Crooked Joe and his henchmen have you trapped, and it's an express train barreling toward servitude and to ruin. It's moving at a speed that Joe doesn't understand, because Joe actually, I don't think he knows what the hell's going on, to be honest with you, but he's surrounded by some very bad fascists. A vote for Trump is your ticket back to freedom. It's your passport out of tyranny, and it's your only escape from Joe Biden and his gang's fast track to hell. And in many ways, we're living in hell right now. Because the fact is, Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. He really is a threat to democracy. I stand before you today not only as your past and hopefully future president, but as a proud political dissident. I am a dissident. Remember this, I've been indicted more than Alphonse Capone, Mr. President. Do you know who that is? Even the president just said, I do. Scarface, Al Capone. If he had dinner with you and he didn't like the smile in your face, he thought you were mocking him by smiling, you would be dead before you got home and said hello to your wife. And Alphonse Capone, I got indicted 4 times by this gang of thugs for nothing. Or, as I say respectfully to the people from foreign countries, for bullshit. Thank you, man. Thank you. Now, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous what's going on. They've weaponized government. They've weaponized the DOJ, the FBI. We've never had anything like this in this country. And it's a phenomenon that's taken place many times, but in third world countries and in banana republics, not in the United States of America. So it's very dangerous. And they are indeed a threat to democracy. And I'm here to unleash this captive nation from Joe Biden and his gang of very bad people, very sick people, smart people, intelligent people, but they're hell-bent on the destruction of American freedom. It's happening in our country, and it's so obvious. I have people come to see me from other lands where this has gone on, especially in South America, Latin America, and they'll say, the same thing happened to my country 20 years ago. It was the same thing. It's all happening. And if we don't stop it, this is it. 2024. If we don't stop it, this is our last train. If we don't stop it, we're going to have a country. It won't even be a country. You want to know the truth? It won't even be a country. It's breaking up. If we can break out of the Biden nightmare, and it is a nightmare, he's the most incompetent person. Can you imagine this man who can't walk off a stage? He can't find the stairs. Where are they? Where are they, he asks. Where? He makes a 2-minute speech because that's about the only, they couldn't get any more fuel than that. Whatever happened to the cocaine they found in the White House? Where is it? And by the way, I have to say, because I have such respect for this audience and CPAC, I would have never spoken, and I never did, about him because of my respect for the office of the president. I have great respect for that office. But once I got indicted the first time, remember that? I got indicted and I got impeached twice. We won that. And we'll win all of this stuff. But once I got indicted, I said, well, now the gloves have to come off because they did something. Those, you know, the fake news, before these indictments came, the fake news, almost everyone of, well, he'll never be indicted. You don't do that. He was a very popular president. You know, I got more votes than any sitting president in history. At almost 75 million votes. Substantially more than any other president, sitting president has gotten. And they would say, oh, no, he'll never be indicted. These are people that, some of them truly have Trump derangement syndrome. And they were saying, he'll never be indicted. They won't do that. They'll never. He did it. They did it. They actually, and it was all done by him in order to go after your political opponent so that you can damage him enough that you can maybe win. But it's had the reverse effect because our poll numbers have gone through the roof. Can you believe this? They've gone through the roof. That wasn't supposed to happen. And it's probably never happened before. I've watched over the years as politicians get indicted. And they start by going to a microphone about 2 minutes after it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, I would be resigning from office today, and I will be go home with my family and my friends, and I will fight for my name. Well, that's the last you ever hear from that poor guy. And with me, we have a big voice. We have, you can see by this crowd today, look at that, standing room only. They're all over the place. They have 3 rooms like this. And I have a voice that I can explain it all, like the laptop from hell when they impeached me. And it turned out I was right after going through all that. And now they say, you know, we shouldn't have impeached him. He was right because the laptop from hell showed that I was 100% right. All of these things, we were right on all of it, but we're in a very bad path. It's a very, very dangerous path that we are on as a country because the other side, which I find tends to be a much nicer group of people, and maybe foolishly so, but the other side can also get nasty. And at some point, they probably will have to do that because we cannot let this weaponization go on against the Republican Party, against religion, against conservatives. We cannot let this continue to happen. So we can break out of this Biden nightmare. It's a nightmare. Our country is no longer respected. We're laughed at all over the world. We have to break out of the nightmare that we're in. And we have it in the grasp to make America richer and safer and stronger and prouder and more beautiful than ever before. I think we have a final shot at it. But if we don't do well in this next election, or if they cheat enough that they can steal it, which is, I think, the only way they can win, who the hell can win when you have 16 million people pouring into our country from places unknown? We have no countries that nobody ever even heard of from all over the world. Yesterday, they had many people caught from prisons in, you remember this, right? Prisons in the Congo. Let me tell you, the only good thing is they make our prisoners and our bad gang members look like very nice people by comparison. That's the one good thing. All of a sudden, we're starting to like our prisoners and our horrible, violent criminals because they're nicer than the people that are flowing in. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from all over the world, coming from Africa. And we're not going to stand for it anymore. As a country, we're not going to stand for it anymore. They're destroying our country. And we built 5, think of it. We had the safest border 3 years ago. We had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a country ever, third world countries, they've never been like this. They would have fought with sticks and stones They didn't need rifles. We have the best in the world, but we let everyone because we're fools. Either they want to destroy our country or they're stupid. And I don't think they're stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections like they do is not stupid. That means they want to destroy our country. But who can win an election when you have that? Who can win an election when you have high interest rates, you can't buy a home, where you have bad education, where everything's woke? We did things that nobody can imagine. So many things, 1,000 elements we did. We have a book, the 1,000 things. We did things that nobody could even imagine. And then all of a sudden, something very bad happened. Israel would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened. Remember, Iran was broke. They were broke. Ukraine would have never happened. I talked to Putin a lot. I got along with him well. Although he did announce the other day that he'd much rather see Biden as president. And I agree with him. I agree, because, you know, I ended Nord Stream, right? I ended Nord Stream. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. That's the biggest pipeline in the world. Going into Germany, what's that all about? We defend Germany and Europe, and then they go and pay billions of dollars to the people that we're defending them against. How do you figure that one, right? And I stopped it. It was over. And then Biden comes in, and within 3 days, he approves Nord Stream. But he kills Keystone Pipeline, right? He kills Keystone. He approves the Russian pipeline. The biggest in the world, billions and billions of dollars a month come flowing in. But he ends the Keystone XL pipeline. And then they say, Trump is too nice to Russia. I'm nice. I'm the one that gave him the 100 javelins, the thousands of javelins that knocked out the tanks, but they knocked out 100 tanks in the first 2 days with javelins that I gave. Remember, they said Obama gave pillows and Trump gave javelins. And then they say, oh, Trump was so nice to Russia. No. Putin would say, if you're being nice, I hate like hell to think of what you'd be if you were not nice. But we were tough and we were smart and we were right. We were right just on everything. We were right. And what they've done is unthinkable. What they did with the border, allowing these people to flow in, is unbelievable. But to achieve a great future, we first have to throw off the chains of our out-of-control political class, and that begins with telling crooked Joe Biden, you remember The Apprentice? Crooked Joe Biden, you're fired. Get out of here. Get the hell, you're destroying our country. You're fired, Biden. Get the hell out of here. Right? Get the hell out of here, this guy. He goes after his political opponents. Let's go after them. See if you can indict him so that maybe we can win. A little bit of a backlash when the numbers go up. But anybody that does that and all these other things they've done, they're destroying our country. We're not respected anywhere anymore. We're laughed at. We've become a joke as a country. For years, you've watched as the entire Washington cesspool has been feeding on the wealth and hopes and dreams of hardworking Americans, really hardworking Americans. They've feasted on the profits of job-killing trade deals. They've gorged themselves on the spoils of endless wars. And now what they crave, they want it so badly, is permanent political power and dominance for whatever reason. They're sickos, that's why. In 2016, we gave these corrupt insiders their chance to change, and with Biden, they answered with hoaxes and witch hunts, censorship, lockdowns, and with total repression. 8 years later, the swamp has rejected your righteous pleas to reform, and we have to do this, and we're going to reform, and we're going to have freedom again. We're going to have freedom again. We do not have freedom, and we have the most corrupt press anywhere. These people are corrupt. They are corrupt. Not all of them, about 92%. No, you have some wonderful journalists, you really do, but they're just overwhelmed by the people that know they're doing so wrong. I watch ABC, CBS, NBC. I mean, it's so, I don't even talk about CNN because nobody watches them anymore. MSDNC is horrible, horrible. But fortunately, not a lot of people are watching them anymore. They've tuned out. But the press has to straighten itself out. You know, they're all doing badly, and they're doing badly because they're fake news. That was another one we called, right? Fake news. The only problem with that term, it's not strong enough. I wish it was stronger. At the ballot box this November, it's you and the people you have to be, and we'll deliver a reckoning like they haven't even imagined before. We're going to straighten out our country. We're going to bring our country back. For hardworking Americans, November 5th will be our new Liberation Day, but for the liars and cheaters and fraudsters and censors and imposters who have commandeered our government, it will be their judgment day. Their judgment day. When we win, the curtain closes on their corrupt reign and the sun rises on a bright new future for America. That's what we have to have. I believe it's our last chance. You know, I used to say how important in 2016 that you got to do it. It's the most important election. I meant it, but that was nothing compared to where we are now. We had a big border problem and I solved it. So much so that in 2020, I couldn't even mention it. I'd say, let's talk about the border. Sir, you've solved that problem. You don't have a border. I don't care. I want to talk about the border. I talk about the border. Everybody would sit there. They wouldn't even say anything because we had no problem. I solved it. But who would have thought that now we have a border problem that's 20 times worse than what we had in 2016, 20 times. And we'll solve that one too. But it's going to have to be very strong action, and it's going to have to happen fast before our country is just totally overwhelmed. Your victory will be our ultimate vindication. Your liberty will be our ultimate reward, and the unprecedented success of the United States of America will be my ultimate and absolute revenge. That's what I want. Success will be our revenge. I love those young people over there. But have you seen, the closer we get to this magnificent liberation of our country, the more desperate the Biden regime's evil persecution against us has become. They become more and more violent. The Stalinist show trials being carried out at the Joe Biden orders set fire not only to our system of government, but to hundreds of years of Western legal tradition. You see what's happening. They've replaced law, precedent, and due process with a rabid mob of radical left Democrat partisans masquerading as judges and juries and prosecutors and executioners. That's what they are. I've gone through trials. The level of hatred from these judges, there's no way you get fair trials. The level of hatred from prosecutors, when they know you've done nothing wrong, it's sick. These are sick people. The only crime I've ever committed is defending America and those who want to destroy it. I will fight those who want to destroy it. And they're very angry at me because I won an election that wasn't supposed to happen, and they were caught off guard. And they said, we'll never let that happen again. And in 2020, they cheated like dogs, and we all know it. We all know it. For that and that alone, Biden and his deranged prosecutors, attorney generals, local district attorneys are trying to take away my liberty. They're trying to take it away. They're trying to steal my liberty. If there's any shred of justice left, they will fail and we will win. And so far, we're doing very nicely. Thank you. But I would rather lose my freedom than surrender to this group of thugs and tyrants, fascists, scoundrels, and rogues. The more the corrupt establishment tries to stop us, the more you know the day is near at hand when we will break free from their grip. We're going to break free very soon. We're going to break free from their grip very soon. You heard the J6 hostages, didn't you? You heard that. And I will tell you, there's never been in the history of our country a group of people treated the way they've been treated. There's never been anything like it. Carpenters, mechanics, lawyers, firemen, policemen, military people. They went to protest a rigged election, and they've been sentenced to years in prison. When they burn down Portland and they take over a vast section of Seattle and they burn down Minneapolis, and I had to watch television as a CNN reporter is standing saying, "This is a peaceful protest." I'd like to say, "This is a peaceful protest." And the whole damn city behind him is burning to the ground. Did you remember that? As far as the eye could see, Minneapolis burning to the ground. This is a peaceful protest. And then he got hit on the knee and he went down. It was crazy. No, it's crazy what's going on. And I tell you what, if I didn't bring in the National Guard, because the governor didn't want to do it, they'd never want to do it. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, I wish I didn't wait 6 days, but if I didn't bring in the National Guard, you wouldn't even have a city there. You wouldn't even have, that city was going down. They'll only motivate us more to make America great again. We have to make America great again. That's our mission. People say, "What is your mission, sir?" I remember when Ted Kennedy, he was actually a friend of mine, slightly different viewpoint on life, but he was a friend. But they asked him a question, it took him down. "What plans do you have for America? Why are you running?" And somehow, that's a much harder question than you think, because, you're answering all the little details. Then they ask, "What are your plans for America?" It took him down, actually took him down. I just say, my plans are very simple. Make America great again. That's all I say. Make America great again. Very simple. Thank you, Gordon. The first and most urgent action when we win will be the sealing of the border, stopping the invasion, drill, baby, drill, send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home. We'll do all of those things, and we're going to have to do them fast because no country can sustain what's happening in our country. You look at New York, where I originally came from. I love New York. And you take a look at what's happening. Hundreds of thousands of people, they've taken over the streets, Madison Avenue. They've taken over Queens. They've taken over Brooklyn and the Bronx. They've taken over the whole city. The little leaguers can't play anymore because people are there that can't play. But it took longer than I thought, but I predicted this. It's called the migrant crime, and it's far more deadly than anybody thought. They will actually have fistfights with police in the middle of the street. You saw that the other day, where they attacked police. Even our bad criminals, they never had fistfights with a cop. They do things and they talk and they shout, but these guys are actually, and the interesting thing, in their country, if they ever did that, they'd be dead within seconds. They'd be dead. I know where they come from. I know the people that run those countries. I know the presidents and the dictators. I know every one of them. Some are dictators, some are prime ministers, but they're tough guys. They're tough guys. And those thugs that gave the middle finger to our police and then started fighting them and actually threw 2 of them down and started beating the hell out of them, although they fought back bravely, the 2. But these are tough people, and they know that in their country, they'd be dead within minutes. They would be dead as a doornail within minutes. And so they came over here. So it took a long time, but now it's talking. Now you're seeing it. It's migrant crime. It's a new category of crime. And I wanted to call it Biden migrant crime, but it's too long. So we just call it migrant crime. We have a new category, migrant crime, and it's going to be more severe than violent crime and crime as we knew it, because we have millions and millions of people, and they came from prisons and jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums. No, they're not the same thing. An insane asylum is a mental institution on steroids, okay? It's Silence of the Lambs, okay? You know that. Hannibal Lecter. They're all being deposited into our country, and then you have terrorists, and then you have drugs, and then you have human traffickers, and they're coming over at levels never seen before. We've never seen anything like this. 3 years ago, we had the safest and most secure border in U.S. history. We ended catch and release, except when it was catch and release in Mexico. We had catch and release in our country. We built 571 miles of border wall, far more than I said I was going to build, and I couldn't get the damn thing through Paul Ryan. He stopped at Paul Ryan, a super rhino. He's a super rhino. I couldn't get it through Paul Ryan, Mitch McConnell. They said, sir, if you wait till next year. I said, you sure? They said, don't forget I had never done this stuff before. You know, I'm the president and these guys are bullshitting me. They said, sir, if you would just sign this budget and wait, next year we'll put it, and then next year came. I said, where's my wall? They said, sir, we're not going to be able to get it. You know, in the meantime, they give trillions of dollars to the Democrats for the Green New scam. So what I did is I approved the military and I took it out of the military. That's how I built it. I built the wall through the military. And the military, by the way, the Army Corps of Engineers did a great job. But I built it through 571 miles and 200 miles ready to go. It was laying there ready to be installed. It would have been 3 weeks. The entire thing would have been double what I promised. And then we had the rigged election and they said, we don't want to build the wall. We don't want to build it. And I said, you know, they really do want open walls. I figured it was maybe just talk. I said, they really want an open border. Nobody could understand it. They really want an open border. And that's when it began. And that's when our country had really, because we can look, we can drill, we have more energy, we have more liquid gold than any other country. We can drill, we can do all of these things. But we have a problem because we have, by the time this guy, trying to be nice, but I don't have to be nice anymore because he indicted me. But I'm trying to be nice anyway. But by the time this guy gets out of office, we'll have 18 million people, in my opinion, in our country that shouldn't be here. And they do come from prisons and mental institutions, and they are terrorists. And we're going to be paying a price, and it'll be the largest deportation in the history of our country. And we have no choice. And it's not a nice thing to say, and I hate to say it. And those clowns in the media will say, oh, he's so mean. He's no, they're killing our people. They're killing our country. They're killing our people. We have no choice. You know, when I went to Mexico, I said, Mr. President, you're going to have to give us 28,000 soldiers because the caravans, that was another name I came up with. I come up with good names. Longtime politicians come to see me, sir, could you give a name to my opponent? I said, how long are you a politician? 28 years, sir. You can't come up with your own names, but I do. Caravan. But I went to the president of Mexico. I said, they're coming through your country and thousands of people in these caravans. They have one coming up now, supposedly 25,000 people. They're going to walk right into our country. We have no idea who the hell they are. But it started with Honduras. It started with El Salvador. They just started, but now we're equal opportunity. We have every country. We have countries that honestly nobody has ever heard of. We have languages coming into our country. We don't have one instructor in our entire nation that can speak that language. These are languages. It's the craziest thing. They have languages that nobody in this country has ever heard of. It's a very horrible thing. I said to the president of Mexico, you're going to have to give us 28,000 soldiers for your charge. No, Donald, I will not do that. I will not do that. I cannot do that. And I said, no, you will, I promise. Are you going to do it? No, I will not do it. I said, listen, you and I friends, I really like him a lot. So I said, listen, not you and I, just give me a negotiator because I don't want to do this with you. And he said, I will do that. And he sent me this very handsome guy, so handsome, so beautifully dressed. In fact, I asked him for the name of his tailor. Then when I found out how much he paid for the suit, I said, forget it, keep it. But he was a handsome devil. And I said, listen, you're going to have to do a few things. You're going to have to give me 28,000 soldiers. You know, Tom Homan was up before. He's fantastic. And he does go around saying, I love this guy. He says, Trump was the greatest president in history. And on the border, there has never been in his lifetime any president that was even close. And he's right about that. He's right. I mean, we know the results. But Brandon Judd, you have unbelievable people. All they had to do is leave it alone. But I said, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers. No. Then the new guy comes in, the representative. Yes, sir. What can I do? Now, I asked Tom Homan, Brandon Judd, and a person from the State Department, a wonderful woman. She's been there for over 20 years. She's covered Mexico for over 20 years. She knew it, and she was competent. She was good. She wasn't a good negotiator. And I said, what would you like? Give me your top. I want a top 10 list. Well, sir, we'd like to remain in Mexico, but we've been trying to get that for years. You won't be able to get that, and you won't be able to get a catch and release in Mexico. You know, we have catch and release, and we catch a criminal and we release them in our country. I said, no. Catch and release is fine in Mexico. Title 42, I want. That's with the sick people and with the children. You've got to get the children back to their parents. All of these things. They gave me a list, but they thought they were wasting time. It was a list of 10 things, tough things. Just ask Tijuana if they were tough. Tijuana became one of the largest cities in the world all of a sudden. They said, what the hell is going on? So this guy comes in, and I say, look, number one, I want 28,000 soldiers free of charge. And he goes, oh, we're not going to do that. We're not doing. He thought I was crazy, by the way. I said, oh, no, you're going to do it, 100%. No, we're not going to do it. I said, you're going to do it. I guarantee you, you're going to do it. He goes, no way. I said, way. And he said, we will not do that, sir. We will not do that. I said, here's what else you're going to do. Remain in Mexico. Nobody comes into our country until they're checked at the border. You're going to do remain in Mexico. You're going to do catch and release into Mexico, not into our country. You're going to do all sorts of things. You know, we had a lot of medical problems. People were coming in deathly sick with a disease, highly contagious disease. I said, I don't want people catching these diseases that we never even heard about. They have diseases nobody's ever even heard about. I'm sorry. I feel badly for the people, but we don't want to have this contagion in our country. I'm sorry. And we did that. So we had a list of these 10 things, one tougher than the next. And he said, we're not even going to think about this. And the person from the State Department, this really good woman, but she said, sir, you're just going to be wasting your time. And I said, all right. I said, I'll make you a little bet. I'll bet you I get all 10 within minutes. And she thought I was crazy too. So after he said, no way, I said, way. And then I said, here is what's going to happen. If you don't approve this, and if you don't give us those soldiers, and their soldiers are not politically correct. You know, our soldiers, if you say, excuse me, madam, you're not supposed to be entering our country. Ma'am, please don't enter our country. Then they get indicted because they talk to her too rough, you know. We have the greatest soldiers in the world, but they're not allowed to do their job. I proved that with ISIS. Our soldiers knocked the hell out of ISIS once I took over and took it away from our fake television generals. We have great generals, but not the ones like Milley and these guys on television. They're fake. I had generals that were really tough. I had generals that I had to hold back, okay? We have great military, and it's only woke at the top. I don't think it can ever be wokenized at the lower levels because these are great people, tough people. I really don't believe they could do it. It was only at the top. And remember, when I let them go, 4 weeks. We were told 4 years, and it probably can't be done. I knocked it out in 4 weeks. Our military is great. I said to one of the generals, what's your name? Kane, sir. My name is Kane. He looked better than any movie actor you could get. My name is Kane, sir. I said, all right, Kane, what's your first name? They call me Raisin. I said, what? Raisin, sir. Your name is Raisin Kane? Yes, sir. I love you. You're the man I'm looking for. You're the man I'm looking for. And I said, why is ISIS so tough? He said, they're not tough, sir. They just don't let us do our job. I said, why not? He said, because this is after I flew to Iraq. You know, I flew to Iraq in a plane. Some of you know the story. It was all dark after spending 20 years and $1 trillion. We can't turn the lights on in a plane. I sat with the pilots, the most handsome human beings I've ever seen. It's not my thing, but they're handsome. Not my thing. Not even a little bit, but they are handsome. Central casting. Better looking than Tom Cruise and taller. Okay, let's do it. sir. I'll deviate on the stories. Now, by the way, when I deviate, they'll say, oh, he went from, no. A really smart person can go through various stories, always come back and conclude everything. Okay. Don't worry, we'll get back to Mexico. But this is almost, right now, this is more exciting. So the plane's off. I say, why are you doing that? Because, sir, we're flying over an area that's very dangerous, where we spent 20 years eradicating. And so I said, I want to go sit with the pilots, because I often do that. And I'm sitting with the pilots, and I get up there, I'm feeling my way up. And the plane was absolutely dark, no lights on the outside, no lights on the inside. It was a little spooky. We're up there 40,000 feet getting ready to start going down, and they're telling us we can't have any lights, no lights in your cabin, sir. And then they pull down the shades anyway. So I'm sort of feeling my way. I get up there, and I see this captain with the crew cut, the whole deal he's got. Yes, sir, it's an honor to be with you, sir. And I said, Captain, I don't see any lights. We're getting close. Is there a problem out there, Captain? No, sir, we'll be landing in less than 30 minutes, sir. I say, all right. And I'm sitting in a seat that's right in the back between these two handsome human beings. And, they always give the best pilots, the Air Force One and Marine One, the helicopters you give, which is good. One thing you know, you got great pilots. These are the best. And so he said, no problem, sir. We'll be landing in a little while. And then 10 minutes go by, 15 minutes. I haven't seen one light. There's nothing. It's like, and I'm getting a little nervous. Do you ever see? I'm trying to act cool as a cucumber. And it's, if you know anything about planes, you have the computer. I call it the computer voice. It's the most beautiful voice. If I had that voice, I would have been president 20 years earlier. But the most beautiful voice, so professional. 1,000. That means you're 1,000 feet over the ground. Now, I haven't seen a light. I haven't seen anything. It's just dead. There's not anything. That means we're like really low. We have this massive plane. We're just right off the ground. Then it goes 900, 800, 700, 600. Now we're 600 feet off the ground. We're flying in. The plane is dark with the exception of a tiny little light that they've got on their dashboard underneath everything and totally concealed. There's not a light anywhere. I've never seen anything. It was like dark. 500. I say to the captain, are we okay, Captain? Everything fine? Yes, sir. No problem. We'll be on the ground in just a few minutes, sir. I say, what ground? So 400, 300, 200. Captain, are we okay? Yes, sir. We'll be landing momentarily, sir. 100. Now, usually when you're in these planes, I do it a lot. You have lights bursting, big lights. You got a runway. It's lit up like a candle. There's not one light. There's not even a little, what they call a pigeon light. That's a tiny little light. 100. And I want to ask him again, but I want to show some bravery because I thought we were going down for the count. And then all of a sudden, and it's genius. There is no light. And then all of us are 100. And then bing, beautiful landing like nothing to it. Sir, it was an honor to be with you today, sir. Thank you, Captain. Does anybody have a towel? I'm saying, does anybody have a towel? I need a towel. So now I'm walking out and getting ready to go down and meet the generals in Iraq to find out why we're not defeating ISIS. And I see my staff and I say, that was quite an experience I just had. Yes, sir. Great landing. They said, yeah, well, it was. And I said, let me ask you a question. Is the President of the United States allowed to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor for bravery? Because I did a very brave thing. I was so brave. Am I allowed to do it? And they said, sir, it would not be a good thing to do. Now, here's the problem with that story. The fake news media will lead tomorrow. Donald Trump wanted to give himself the congressional medal. It's true. It's true. When I imitate Biden, who can't find the stairs ever. You know, you have so many stairs in there. You got one there, you got ramps, you got everything. Here, you only have 2 or 3 stairs. Sometimes you have 6, 7 stairs. The craziest thing, what a waste of money. My father would say, what the hell are they doing? All you need is 1 stair. But for Biden, you need many. But when I imitate him with the stairs, because he never can find his way. If you ever see Secret Service runs up and grabs him and, you know, helps him off the stage. This is what we have negotiating nuclear weapons. So he finishes his speech, and do you ever notice? He finishes it. The speeches last about, would you say, average 2-3 minutes, right? Very quick. They're very quick and not good. Not good. But the press gives him good marks. I remember when he made such a bad State of the Union speech, everything was stumbling, mumbling. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. And I said, I'm going to watch CNN, MSDNC to find out what they say, because that was one of the worst speeches. They said, not since FDR has there been a speech so magnificently delivered. I'm telling you, I've never, ever forgotten it. Not since FDR. I said, it's impossible. They're fake. They're terrible. But you know what? When he goes, and he always points, he goes like this. Thank you. Where am I? Thank you. And then he goes, and he points. You ever notice? And it's always he ends up going in the opposite direction ultimately. But he goes, and then sometimes he trips over the machine. And then we don't have it here. But if there's a wall behind him, he ends up walking into the wall. And then one of these incredible guys from Secret Service, all these beautiful guys, they run up stage. Look at these guys, like central casting, right? They'll run up stage, they'll grab them, and they're not meant to smile. You know, they're very hard line. When I tell stories, they're like this. I guess they're trained that way. They never smile. You say, good morning. Well, sure. They actually turn away. It's good. This way you don't have to say good morning all the time, okay? No, they train them this way. But so one of these guys will run up and grab him and take him off the stage. This is what we have as our president. But the worst thing is when I do that, the fake news, I call up my wife, our great first lady. She was a great first, people loved her. Yeah, people love her. Oh, look at that. Wow. Mercedes, that's pretty good. Yeah, she's good. And she loves our country and she loves the people. It's true. When I give these big rallies, we give rallies, they say, we love our first lady. They have signs, we love her. They always show a high heel, you know. But we love our first lady. But I call up our first lady, I say, so baby, how good was that? She goes, you were okay. She's a very tough critic. I'll go into a group, I'll speak in front of 55, 56, 68,000 people sometimes. I'll call her up, I'll say, how good was I tonight? Was that unbelievable? She goes, well, your hair didn't look good. Oh, that's not good. But it's very hard to get like, you know, once in a while she goes, you were really good tonight. But that's like a major. But I said, in this case, I said, how good was that tonight? She said, you were really good tonight, but what happened? You couldn't find your way off the stage. Because the fake news said Donald Trump couldn't find his way off the stage. I said, wow. Or when I interject a name, like I go, our president, Barack Hussein Obama, Rush Limbaugh, remember? He would always, right, Seb? Rush would go, Barack Hussein. You couldn't hear Barack or Obama, but the name Hussein, he'd be screaming. I don't know exactly what he meant by that. I think I do. But he'd go, Barack Hussein. So I'd go, Barack Hussein Obama, our president has done this. Now, I meant that because there are those people that say he's running our country because Joe is not strong on aptitude. So there are those. We don't know that that's true. But they go out and they say, Donald Trump, headline. Donald Trump doesn't know who the president of our country. He thinks Obama's the president, Lou. Look at the great Lou Dobbs. He thinks Obama is the president. So when I'm sarcastic, because I'm sort of a sarcastic guy, I find humor in sarcasm, but it's very dangerous because they take it very seriously. But it's a very serious subject because of what happened. To finish the first story, what happened? Hey, by the way, isn't this better than reading off a frickin' teleprompter? Right? Right? Anybody can do that except for Biden. Anybody can read off a teleprompter except for Biden. He can't do that either. He can't do that either. He asks questions. News conference. Hey, when I'm in a news conference, people with these maniacs, these lunatics are screaming at me. They're just screaming like crazy. And, you know, you take them, and I love it. You know, it's like a mental challenge. It's horrible people. But they're screaming, and you're answering, and you're getting them. And then sometimes I get in trouble because they say, you were too tough, or you were too nasty, too this. The people don't like that. Yeah, I understand that, too. But he asks, like, a question, and it's, Bob from NBC. Okay. Mr. President, sir, we just wanted to know, are you feeling well, and was everything good? And did you have ice cream today? Then he picks up the paper and he reads the answer. Yes, it was vanilla. No, but think, they ask him questions and they give him an answer. That never happened to me, right? I walk out there and it's like a free-for-all. But it's a sad thing. Okay, so now I go off and it's watch. You know this is all genius, okay? You do know. I hope you know. I always say my uncle was the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT, Dr. John Trump. We have a lot of great aptitude. They'll say, you rambled. Nobody can ramble like this. Nobody. If they did, they wouldn't even try. You know what? They go step by step, and they would never get off that sucker. They go step by step. But what happens, and it's very interesting, we get on the plane, we get off. Now I've just learned that I should not give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor. My people are saying, can you believe he asked that question? But we get off the plane, and I'm walking down. I'm going down this big ramp. I took the high stair. You know, I don't like the children. We call it the Children's. I never had a problem with it, but I'm walking down, and I'm looking down, and I see these central casting people. A general, another general, a colonel, a staff sergeant, could be in any movie. These guys, it's like perfect. They're like perfect individuals. If I were casting a movie on the military, I would pick these guys. There's nobody you could hire in Hollywood that looks like this. So I walked down, and this is where I met General Raisin Kane. And what's your name? General, what's your name? And he gave me his name. What's your name, Sergeant? Yes, sir. And I love you, sir. I think you're great, sir. I'll kill for you, sir. Then he puts on a Make America Great Again hat. You're not allowed to do that, but they did it. I remember I went into the hangar, and there were hundreds of troops. And they're not supposed to do this, but they all put on the Make America Great Again hat. Right? Not supposed to do it. I said, you're not supposed to do that. You know that. They said, it's okay, sir. We don't care. We don't care. And I met these people, and I said, so what do you think, General, sir? Would you like to rest up? See, this is before Biden. See, if I had Biden, I'd say, I'm not Biden. But we didn't know how bad he would be because we hadn't been tested yet. Sir, I said, he said, would you like to rest up for a little while? Then we'll have a meeting. We're all set. And this place is like all bunkers. No windows, no nothing. It's all bunkers, real stark, but beautiful in a certain way. Billions and billions of dollars it cost many years ago. And I said, no, I'm okay, General. Let's get the business. He was probably surprised. So we started. I say, so General Mattis and all these guys that tell me back in Washington that it'll take 4 or 5 years to defeat ISIS. Why? Sir, it's not true, sir. It's not true. I said, what's not true? We can do it very quickly. How quickly? 4 weeks, sir. Wait a minute. I was told 4 years, and you might not be able to. Sir, we can have it done in 4 weeks. Why? How? What were they doing? Sir, it's our job as a soldier. When they come in from Washington, they're a higher rank. We respect them. We have to respect them. That's our job. I understood exactly what he was saying. He said, sir, when they come in, they tell us what to do and we do it. I say, don't you question what this? No, sir, we don't question. They came in, they had a plan, and we said we'd do that plan. What was wrong with the plan? We attacked from way far away, sir, and only one place. It happened to be here. We're hundreds of miles away. By the time the planes got there, they practically had to go back and refuel. I said, what would you do, General? You don't mind if I tell you, sir, do you? He said, I don't mind. I'm waiting to hear. He said, sir, we have auxiliary ports and we have runways all over the place. They're portables. We call them portables. We put them up faster. We take them down even faster. And they're damn good, sir. What I'd do is I'd hit him from 9 different locations. I'd hit him from the left. Now he's getting excited. I'd hit him from the right. I'd hit him from up top. I'd go right the hell under the damn ground. I almost used the damn word. I would have been in trouble with the religious right, but they love me, so I don't care. I would have been a bitch. Please don't do that, sir. I would have been just so proud of myself I was able to stop. But I'd hit him from the left. I'd hit him from the right. I'd hit him from east and west and north and south there. They would be over very quickly. I said, well, why didn't they do it before? Because, sir, some of the ports and some of these runways are located in countries where they didn't want to be politically incorrect and use a runway and attack the enemy. And they're savages, sir. Attack them from certain points. I said, so you'd attack them and you'd hit them hard, right? Yes, sir, I'd hit them so hard. And I said, and it would take you 4 weeks, maybe more, maybe less, sir. So I said, you gotta be kidding. I said, I'm gonna go back to Washington and I'm gonna think about this because nobody ever told me about this. He says, sir, we'll have time left over. So I go back to Washington and I call and just spoke once more. Are you sure you can do this, sir? We can do it, sir. I'm telling you this, sir, because we have the greatest military in the world. You know, you see these clowns, these stupid people with Afghanistan. You see these stupid people, Matt, from Afghanistan, the withdrawal, the worst, most embarrassing moment in our lives. They take the military out first. I knew Abdul. I said, Abdul, you'll get hit so hard. 18 months, we didn't have one soldier killed in Afghanistan. I was the one that had it ready. It was enough. 21 years, that was enough. It was ridiculous, but I would have never let Bagram go because Bagram is 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons, and they let it go. They left at the dark of night. They left the dogs behind, and they left the lights on. And you know who occupies it now? China. So I said, so Raisin, how's it going? I said, sir, just about over, sir. We're going to save a little time, sir. I said, all right, good, call me. So he does his thing. I get a call that ISIS is on the run. The next day I get a call that ISIS is really in bad shape. Next day I get a call that they're surrounded. Next day I speak to somebody and I say, is it really going that well? Sir, it's a miracle. It's not a miracle. It's our military. It's our great military with people that know what the hell they're doing. And they say, sir, we have them now totally surrounded. Most of them are gone, but there's a large group. Just give us the word. Give us the word for what? Don't forget, I had never done this stuff before, you know. I grew up in New York doing real estate deals, really good ones, as you found out. You know, you find out. Even though they want to take as much money as they can away from me. I think we're going to fine him $450 million. Let's give him a fine. You know, usually get a $500 fine. I get a $500 million fine. These people are sick. It's all part of weaponization, and it can't be allowed to happen. But I said, what are you talking about? We have, sir, a large group, and we're ready to extinguish them. We're ready to send them to hell. I said, we're talking about human beings, General, naively. She's laughing. We're talking about human beings. No, they're not human. Sir, these are animals. These aren't human beings. These are animals. I said, well, maybe if you fly over them with those incredible thunderous planes, the greatest planes in the world, maybe you'll shake them up a little bit and they'll surrender, sir. They don't know what a white flag is. I remember that statement. They don't know about surrendering, sir. They're horrible, horrible people, but they are brave. They're not going to be surrendering. Well, let's try it. 2 days. Fly over them back and forth, low as hell. Well, we got a couple of bullet holes in our planes, but we'll do it if you want. Just give it a shot. Get a call back 2 days later. Sir, they're not going to surrender. We've been doing it now for 2 days, back and forth, back and just give me the order, sir. I said, you got the order. Thank you, sir. A day later, I get a call. We have defeated 100% of ISIS. Isn't that a great story? Isn't that a great story? Right, Mike? 100% of ISIS. %100 of ISIS is gone. So, doing stories like that, probably, Matt, probably I won't get the best speaker this year because I went off this stupid teleprompter, but maybe we will. So it was an amazing thing, and I learned so much. I tell that story sometimes rarely because it's a rough story, but I tell it because you have to know what a great military we have if you let them do their jobs. And I equate it with our police and law enforcement people. We have the greatest law enforcement people in the world, but they're not allowed to do their job. It's the same exact thing. Chicago could be solved in 1 day. New York could be solved in a half a day. The New York police, I grew up with them. They're the greatest people. Now, a lot of them have left and they've gone down to other states and they've retired, but you have great people and they can do their job if they're allowed to do their job, but they don't want to lose their pension. They don't want to lose everything. When you see these department stores where 300, 400, usually kids walk in there with the masks on and rob the store, destroy the store, millions of dollars, then the store closes, the whole thing starts to collapse, the city. I could solve that problem in 1 day. In 1 hour, in 1 minute, when the word got out that we took a very tough action, when kids walk out with television sets, like brand new, beautiful $2,000 television sets, and they're walking out and the police are told, stand down, don't do anything. If the police would be allowed to do their job and they would do it really strongly, it would end. That whole phenomena would end immediately. It would never happen again. You don't even have to do it in every city. All you have to do is do it in one. That's why I'm giving immunity to police so that they stop crime, because they don't want to get sued. They don't want to lose their wife, their family, their pension, their house. It would stop immediately. So when I equate the military story and I talk about what they did and how we defeated ISIS, it's the same exact thing for the police. We have the greatest police. They could stop it in Los Angeles. They could stop it in New York. They could stop it in Chicago. They could stop it everywhere, but they're not allowed to do their job. And if they do their job, they lose everything. They lose their pensions, their house, they lose their family. And we're not going to let that happen anymore because our city's all run by Democrats, radical left Democrats for the most part, but Democrats. It's a cesspool. It's a cesspool. Okay, now we go back to one little final story that I have to finish. So as you remember, the president of Mexico sent a representative. Lou. See, they'll say he rambled. He's cognitively impaired. No, it's really the opposite. It's total genius. You know that. It is. It's total genius. These fakers up there, he rambled on endlessly, telling these horrible and very boring stories. No, they're very informative stories. They're very important stories, actually. But no, there's no cognitive problem. If there was, I'd know about it. In fact, if there was, you'll be the first to know because I will tell you. I will tell you. But so what happens is I'm talking to the gentleman and he's very confident. And I said, no, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. And he thought it was a weird conversation because he kept saying no. I said, no, you're going to do it. 100%. Don't even think about it. No, I said no. But sir, I said no. How many times do I have to say no? I said, say yes. And he said, I can't do that. I said, here's what I'm doing. It's Friday evening, starting Monday morning at 7 o'clock. Mexico is going to pay a tariff of 25% on all of the cars that you stole from our country, by the way. You know, they stole 32% of our manufacturing cars. The United Auto Workers are going to vote for me, all those people, because that deal they made with China, all electric cars, the all electric mandate. Everybody has to have an electric car, which doesn't go far. Got a couple of problems. Doesn't go far, doesn't work in cold weather. Remember? 4 weeks ago, I won in the largest margin ×2 history in Iowa, and it was 40 degrees below zero on election night. 40 degrees. This was serious call. If I walked from here to here, let's say that's 5 yards, I was freezing my ass off by the time I got there. This was so cold. You never saw so many electric cars pulled over to the side of the road. You could have had any one of them. I don't know what the hell the people did. I guess they saved them in some way. But no, they don't go far. And these are the people we have making decisions. No, we want to have everything. We want to have choice. Like in school, we want to have choice. And with cars, we want to have choice, right? You know? We want hybrid. So I said, I'm going to sign this document. And at 7 o'clock on Monday morning, everything, including cars. And by the way, Mexico is our #1 trading partner. Who the hell knew that? Can you imagine? Mexico is our biggest trading partner. And you know why? Because I put so many tariffs on China that they really had to pull back. And we saved a lot of businesses. We saved the steel industry because of it. But Mexico is our biggest trading partner. I said, you're going to pay 25% tax or tariff, call it whatever you want. It's similar, but not actually. And you're going to pay it on every single thing that comes in from Mexico into the United States. And like every other country, they rip us off big, big. We don't have any good deals. I changed the South Korea deal. I changed the Japan deal. I could sit down and do nothing but change deals. I said, who the hell negotiated for the United States? And then you wonder why we have a $2 trillion deficit. Now, if you look at it now, it's gotten to a level that nobody can even believe. It's so bad under Biden. But I said, that's what's going to happen. And that's going to be a hell of a lot more than 28,000 soldiers. And I'm okay with it, but I'm ready to sign it. You just tell me when to sign it. Sir, may I? Now he's doing this. He was a very confident man just moments before. Now he's grabbing his collar, he's pulling, he can't breathe. Sir, may I call our president, please? Absolutely. Please give him my warmest regards. And I said, will you make it quick? I'm late. I got the Russia hoax to take care of. I got to take care of that hoax, Mike. So make it quick on how much time. Think of what I could have done if I didn't have to go through all that bullshit, right? Think of how good I would have been. So he comes back in 5 minutes and he said, sir, I'm pleased to tell you that it would be our great honor to supply you with 28,000 soldiers free of charge. It would be our great honor to adhere to your request for remain in Mexico. Millions of people can stay in our country. Here's a guy. You ever see what happened to Tijuana? It was like people. They had no earth left. It was, you looked at it, became, I think it was the fastest growing city in history. Tijuana, nice place. But we have, I said, what about catch and release in Mexico? Yes, sir, we'd love to have you release people that you catch, prisoners and murderers. We think it would be a wonderful thing for our country, sir. We would love it. Sir, you can do whatever the hell you want. And we got everything. And then this fool, this stupid fool, released Mexico of all of these obligations. And then last week, for the first time, I can't even believe it, I heard Mexico saying we're not going to negotiate with the United States unless they give us $10 billion. These are stupid people. How about the hostages? The hostages with Iran, Iraq, but the hostages, we gave Iran $6 billion for 5 people. $6 billion. $6 billion for 5 people. A hiker. You know, a hiker goes over, says, oh, look, there's Iran. Let's go hiking. We give them $1 billion to get the hiker out. We gave them $6 billion, and then we gave $10 billion because they supplied some electricity to Iraq. What the hell do we care if they supply it to Iraq? Iraq should have never. Remember, I used to say a long time ago, don't go into Iraq. Don't do it. But I was only a civilian, so I didn't get that much press. I said, don't go into Iraq, but if you're going to do it, keep the oil. Do you remember I used to say that all the time? Keep the oil, but don't do it, but keep the oil. Iraq now has $300 billion. Iran has $224 billion. And Iran controls 100% Iraq. So for years, they'd fight each other, and they were the same. For years and years, under different names. But religious thing. But they would fight each other for years, and they were the two powers, and they were checkmating each other. So they'd fight and fight and fight 4 or 5 years. They'd throw a little gas. They'd throw another one, would throw a little, and then all of a sudden they'd say, and they'd go back, and the border basically remained unchanged. This has been going on for centuries. And then we come along and we blow up one of the sides. We blow up Iraq. And now Iran is taking over Iraq. So Iran, they might as well change the name. So Iran has their 200 and some odd billion dollars that they all made in 2.5 years. 2.5 years. I told China, and I told all of the countries, France, everybody. I said, listen, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from Iran, we're not going to do any business. We're going cold turkey, which wouldn't have been a bad thing anyway. We're going cold turkey. You're not going to do it. And we're going to put a 100% tariff on anything that gets through. And President Xi, I told him this. He said, all right, well, we won't do it. We won't do it. They didn't buy. By the way, they're buying billions and billions of dollars worth of oil right now. But China didn't buy. Nobody bought. Iran was broke. And they had no money for Hamas. And they had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. They were down to almost nothing. And there were a lot of stories that Iran was unable, and all these terror groups were angry at Iran because they weren't paying them. And the terror groups were all breaking up. If I were president, Israel would have never been attacked. Would have never been attacked. As soon as I was forced out with a rigged election, and we can never let that happen again. Don't let it happen again. Don't let it happen again. As soon as I was forced out with this rigged election, Biden took the sanctions off. Iran went back to levels that they've never seen before, more than they've ever done. And now they're rich as hell. They're selling oil to everybody. They're making so much money, they don't know what to do. They're a very rich nation. With me, they were broke. They were broke. I remember a Democrat congressman on Deface the Nation a couple of weeks. I think it was Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. It is Deface the Nation because the news is so fake. But he was saying that, well, whether you like Trump or not, he did break Iran. They were broke. They had no money. I said, that's nice of him. He probably, lost his chairmanship or whatever he was. But we did a great job. We did a great job. So what happened is Mexico agreed to all of these things. We took the money out of the military. We built the wall. We had the safest border in the history of our country. The history of our country. And it was very interesting because we built the wall, but a lot of people were coming up at the beginning. Once they saw that I meant business, once they heard some of these stories that I'm telling you right now, they didn't come. They weren't coming. The caravans were much smaller. The people trying to get in was a much easier situation. to handle when you have an idiot like Gavin Newsom saying, if you come up, we're going to give you pension funds, you're going to have pensions, we'll give you a mansion. Do you ever see the things that he's promising? Free health care, free education. Who the hell wouldn't? I may move there myself, actually. No, but people all over the world are hearing this, that California, look, a lot of people think Gavin Newsom is going to run. In a certain way, I hope so. I hope so. Because he's destroyed California. He's destroyed it. But he's got a hell of a line of crap. I watched him on Sean Hannity, who's a good man, Sean. Sean, we love you very much, Sean, if you happen to be watching, which you will. But he was on Sean Hannity, and he was saying, no, California's never done better, we got to do this, we're doing that, we're doing that. I'm saying, wait a minute, the place is failing. They don't have water. They're notifying people in Beverly Hills you can only use 40 gallons of water. They don't have water. By the way, they could have so much water. I had it all set. All of the federal government approvals were done. All he had to do is sign a little piece of paper. And I won't let him get away with that again, because he had to sign one piece of paper and water would be pouring down from up north, pouring down from Canada. And it comes down the artificial veins and the natural veins where the water poured down. They take this water and they send it out to the Pacific, way above California. They send the water out to the Pacific to protect a little tiny fish that's not doing too well anyway. And people don't have water, and the farmland is barren. You go down, it's best land there is in the whole country. They can't farm it because they have no water. And it's true. In Beverly Hills, you pay a fortune in taxes. They say you can only brush your teeth once a day. Who the hell wants to mean you can't use too much water on your hair? That would put me out. I would not want to be. They put restrictors on showers. They put restrictors on faucets. You buy brand new faucets. Aren't they beautiful, darling? Oh, yes. Look at them. Beautiful brass faucets. They're so beautiful. Let's try them. Oh, shit. No water's coming out. Drop. It drops out. You turn on the shower. I'm going to take a shower tonight. My hair's going to look better than it ever looked. I get that whole deal ready. I'm all set to go. Turn on the shower. Ding. Ding. No. And they have so much water. I said to some of our great congressmen that asked me to help them with a problem up in that area, up north in California, I said, I see you have a drought. They said, no, we don't have a drought. We have so much water, you don't know what to do. But they send it out to the Pacific. We're not going to let them get away with that. And I always hear Republicans can't win. California, you can't win. I will tell you, if God came down and God was the vote checker, I believe we would win California. I think it's so crazy. They send out 36 million ballots, get sent out to people unknown. They're sent out all over the place. How many people from California know people that got 6, 7, 8 ballots, okay? Our elections are so corrupt. I think we'd do very well. I think I would do very well in California, actually. And I think I would do well in a lot of places because it's common sense. Remember, not conservative, it's common sense. I'm conservative, but the words are common sense. Our country is run by people that are destroying it. We're not going to let it happen again. We're going to have a great military. We're going to have a great, everything in our country is going to function properly again. It's going to function well. We're going to be respected all over the world. We're going to be respected like we've never been respected before. And it won't take long. It's like Orban said from Hungary, put Trump back in and the whole world is going to be fixed. He said that very strongly, put Trump back in. What do you do? They said, what do you do, sir? What do you do? The world is blowing up. He said, it's a very simple solution. Put President Trump back in office. It will all be healed very, very quickly. So I want to apologize for literally not repeating this beautiful speech. But I thought some of these stories are instructive because they tell you our military is great. They tell you our law enforcement is great. They tell you our president is incompetent. They tell you a lot of things, some of which you knew and some of which you didn't know. So now I'm going to the place I'm supposed to be. I'm going to South Carolina. I'm supposed to be there. And if I do poorly, I'm going to blame Mercedes, forget about Matt. I'm going to blame Mercedes because I am supposed to be there and I'm not there. And if I do poorly, I'm blaming everybody in this audience, but I think we're going to do okay. And I just want to thank everybody. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you from a beautiful place called South Carolina, go out and vote right now, please. Get in those cars and drive fast. I'm going to leave you with this one final message. We're going to win the election. We're going to win it big. We're going to win it bigger than ever before. We're going to do things that nobody believed. It's going to be more important even than 2016. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, folks, there you go. Took a little while to get him on stage, but that was former President Donald Trump speaking at the Conservative Political Action Committee. If you are just stopping in, my name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I want to thank all of you guys for your patience. It was worth the music that was endured. I believe that. So believe that. And some of those stories were absolutely just tremendous. So, folks, it is 3:30 in the afternoon Eastern Standard. We're going to be back here in 3 hours, and we're going to be live streaming the results of the South Carolina primary. So, yeah, I know everybody's got lives and they got things they got to go do. I want to thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you from Gypsy and from Dave for the super chats. You guys are awesome. We will be back here. Like I said, we will be back here in 3 hours, live streaming again. So, as we normally are prone to do at the end of a Front Porch Brunch, just remember, it is faster horses, younger lovers, older whiskey, more money. We'll see you guys back here at 6:30. Hope you're able to join us. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we'll catch all of you later.